Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Monday. Hope you're all doing well. Having a good start to the week. At least as good as possible, I guess. Figured we'd hop on, do a live stream. Bit of a new idea tonight, so we'll see how it goes. But instead of doing like a, hey, my top 10 this or my top whatever this, looking at a list that somebody else did, in this case, IGN, and obviously going through it kind of one by one, and then deciding at the very end, good list or bad list. So just, as I said, kind of a new idea for today, and we'll just kind of see how it goes. So how's it going, Matthew? I'm doing all right tonight. Hope you're doing well. Pretty good. It's freezing where I live. It is that time of year. It is January typically, like, I feel like across the board, the coldest month? I feel like most people probably think of December because it's like Christmas time. But I feel like in reality, January is probably the coldest. Maybe even like February, maybe even colder than December, some places. But hope you're bundled up at least then. All right, let's put some tunes on here. Hopefully at an okay volume. Let me know if not. But so yeah, we will run through this, and I haven't taken a look at the list, so it's gonna be kind of like fresh viewing it. And I figured before doing the list, though, maybe a fun idea would be, and I'll probably put it up on screen. I can take notes. I thought about doing like a whiteboard, but the problem with this list, it's like 100, so I don't know how many we're gonna name. But I planned on like rattling off what I think should be on the list or would be on the list, keeping in mind when I'm judging this, A, with what I think is gonna be on it, but then B, if it's good or bad, is it my own personal taste? I've obviously done my own personal like top 10 games and stuff before. That's not what we're doing here. We're just assessing, because there's stuff that I feel like I know is like pretty well loved. It's just not for me. So I'm gonna accept that stuff being on this list. But beyond that, we'll see what else is on there. The other thing too, with my like top games that I list today, I generally view it as, if I played it today, would I have a good time? For today's list, we're gonna be a little bit relaxed on that, because some of these like classic games that may not hold up well are probably still gonna be on the list. So there is that. Yeah, I was just gonna do kind of a thumbs up or thumbs down. I thought about doing like a grade at the end, like how did the list score grade wise, but I think in a general sense we just say, was it a good list or did the list suck ultimately? All right, let me grab this. As I said, we will brainstorm before looking at the list and jumping in kind of what I think should be on it. So anybody in chat, if they want to throw stuff out there as well, hopefully this shows up okay. I just have like the little notepad off to the side here. So kind of running off the console generations, I've done my Mount Rushmore for like NES, so let's maybe start there and kind of go from there. Honestly, Super Mario Bros. 1 is probably also on it, but Super Mario Bros. 3 for sure. Legend of Zelda. There's probably a ton of Mario and Zelda on this list. Mega Man 2. I had Castlevania 3 on my list. We'll see if they include that or the OG or both. 1 and 3. You're thinking God of War, Resident Evil, BioShock should be on the list. Which God of War are you thinking? Like all of them, or just like the 2018 one or the first one? And same with Resident Evil. But when it comes to the NES, those are kind of the big ones that come to mind. I guess it depends. Do we count like Tetris as being on Game Boy? We'll put Tetris up here, either way. Then looking at the SNES, the Mount Rushmore I had was Super Mario World. I had Super Metroid, which I guess the OG Metroid could be on here, but I doubt it. It's not necessarily like as well received as Super Metroid. I had Chrono Trigger, and what was the fourth one I did? Oh, Zelda. Is that Link to the Past? We'll see how many. We'll see also at the end maybe what franchise got represented the most. I don't know if I can do that quick math, but it probably will be obvious. All of the God of Wars and the Resident Evil games and all the BioShocks? I don't think so, but we can, I mean, maybe. Of those, let's see. Well, the God of War's, actually, you make a good point with God of War. Resident Evils, I will say no, though. God of War, I mean, definitely 2018. I'll kind of make a separate list down here. God of War Ragnarok, probably. And of the OG, like, trilogy, there's 2 or 3 more well received. I don't think God of War 1 will be on here, but maybe I'll be mistaken. Who knows? 2 or 3 is kind of where I think one of them. I don't necessarily think both. And then you said Resident Evil. I think Resident Evil 1, 2. Problem is the OG 3 people liked. Also, are remakes on this list? I didn't really do my homework on what qualified. I doubt they're gonna put like RE2 and then also RE2 remake. So maybe just 2 remake. You make a good point. I just think I don't think 5 and 6 will be on that. Honestly, probably not 7 and 8 either. Like, I really like 7 and 8, but I don't think they'll make top 100. I think this is probably directionally. I guess the other thing to keep in mind, I looked, the list is updated as of, I think it was December of 24. So no games of 2025 will be included. So that's important to keep in mind. So no like Exhibition 33 or Silk Song or Hades 2. So Gears of War 1 through 3. Ooh. I think you'll get 1 Gears of War. I don't think we'll get all 3 of them. But you also said BioShock. I agree there. I don't think BioShock 2. Infinite has a chance. I really like Infinite. But I know BioShock 1 is probably the one that's the most loved. All right, where were we? We were up in the SNES section here. So, Donkey Kong Country. 1 through 3. I would say 1 or 2. I think people really like 2 for some reason. I mean, I like all 3 of them, honestly, but 2 seems to be really well loved, but 1 is like the first one, so it's tough. I think we get some representation of Donkey Kong Country. Also, do we get more Donkey Kong? Like, do we get Donkey Kong 64? Probably not. Tropical Freeze? Could be. Let's just write it down here now. And this is kind of just obviously the brainstorming, so if we include stuff on here that's not on the list, not a big deal. Anything else on the SNES? So there's gonna be a ton of Final Fantasy. So definitely the hard part, you have like the 3/6 situation with the Super Nintendo. 7, would they include other ones beyond that? Once again, 2, does 7 and 7 remake count as 2 separate entries? Not sure. Hopefully not. Yeah, we got the first 2 Zeldas, like the NES and SNES ones. We'll jump to N64. So Zelda, Ocarina of Time. Do you put Majora's Mask? I don't think so, but maybe. All right, other 64 games. Mario 64. Mario Kart 64. I don't know if the original Smash would be on there. I'm thinking Super Smash Melee and Ultimate are the 2 that probably are going to be represented. What else on 64? Would you put a Star Fox? GoldenEye? Potentially? Some options there. All right, GameCube wise, would you put a Pikmin on this? I don't know. That one's tough. Some of these I'll put question marks on. Yeah, GoldenEye is an example, one that I think is really strong, but I don't think is great today. Like, we've advanced so far from it, but it laid the groundwork for sure. I've kind of unintentionally gone down the Nintendo route first here. We did include Melee for GameCube. Any of the Zelda games on GameCube? Like, are we thinking Wind Waker? I didn't play it, but maybe. Yeah, for sure. I think that's the only James Bond entry you'll get. GoldenEye is kind of like the staple. What else on GameCube? Metroid Prime? Do we do Luigi's Mansion? I know that was one that you we talked about on Discord earlier. Put a question mark on that one. Also, are we doing Animal Crossing? I'm thinking New Horizons if we do. Which is on the Switch, so we're kind of jumping the boat here. When we're talking games, are we including... Like, does Wii Sports count? I'm assuming it does. Would you do Twilight Princess? I don't know if you would. You think so? We'll do sports games here in a second. I think some wrestling game makes sense to have like one. Probably not a ton of them though. Maybe just one of them. What else on the Wii? I don't know if Double Dash would be on here. Probably not. It's obviously Mario Kart. I do think Mario Kart 8 will be on here. It's between that and 64, whether it's the best one. All right, we kind of moving on to Switch now. So we have Ultimate. Oh, what about the other Mario games, actually? Like Mario Galaxy 1 and 2? Probably not Sunshine, right? I mean, it's 100 though, so maybe. I probably wouldn't include it. So we'll give it 3 question marks. Mario Party for the Switch. There is that one on the Switch that has like all the old games, which probably should be included. That's tough when you have like those packages. Like on the SNES, there was a game called Mario All-Stars that had like all of the old Mario games. But does that count as a game? Because it's just kind of like a package. It's also kind of like on the Switch when you had like 64, Sunshine, and Galaxy all in one game, technically. That was like a limited time thing, which was kind of BS, but... Zelda Breath of the Wild. Also, Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I could see... There's also going to be tiers to this. I could see Breath of the Wild being a top 10 choice for them. Because there's like making the 100, then it's like, where are you on the 100? That's like a big factor too. What other games? We also have Pokemon. Red, blue, yellow. Any other? I mean, we do something like weird ones like Pokemon Snap, or does Pokemon Go count? It's like a mobile game for the most part, but there's also Pokemon Stadium. Big franchise there, a lot of options. What's up, Jamie? How you doing? How's your Monday been? Hopefully not too bad. We are doing something a little bit different tonight. We're going to be taking a look at IGN's top 100 games of all time. And prior to you looking at the list, we are rattling off kind of off the side here with the notes here what we think could or should be on the list. Doom, that's a good one. Doom / Doom Eternal. What do you think is better received? Because I assume you mean the 2016 Doom. I mean, there's also like the OG one. Is 2016 or Eternal typically better received? I don't know if they would put both, but we'll see. Animal Crossing, yeah, I put that up here with the New Horizons one. Okay, now let's switch over to PlayStation. So one we talked about also in Discord earlier, Metal Gear Solid. I think 2 and 3 are going to be on the list. I don't know about 1. I'm just going to write 1 through 3. Play it safe there. Silent Hill 2. That's a good one. Probably the only Silent Hill representation, I would think. What else? Do we think Crash Bandicoot would be on here? And if so, which one? Or Spyro? Probably not Spyro. I really love Spyro, but for some reason I feel like that gets kind of left out a lot of times. The Witcher 3, yep. That's a good one. Probably the only Witcher game. Speaking of that, since we're... Cyberpunk 2077 is probably on there. Was Dark Ages? So I think Dark Ages, it won best accessibility at the Game Awards. I think it was mostly well received. It wasn't like the best, so it's probably not. Also, I did mention this earlier. This list is from the end of 24. So any games that came out this last year will not be included. So we can keep that one off for that reason. Silent Hill 3, there's some potential there. Yeah, let's put that. Maybe 3. I do know people. That's the other one I've heard mentioned a lot. Ooh, The Walking Dead, yeah. Do we think anything else Telltale, like The Wolf Among Us, maybe? I love that game, but I don't know if anyone else does. Let's put The Walking Dead. Elden Ring, yep, for sure. I'm going to assume DLC is not going to count as a separate game. Also, since you mentioned Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, which I'm wearing. You can't see it right now because it's underneath my sweatshirt, but I'm wearing a Bloodborne shirt. Do they put Sekiro? I would do it. It won Game of the Year, but I, for some reason, feel like IGN wouldn't give Sekiro love. Last of Us, yep. You think both on there or just one? I'm going to say both 1 and 2. Telltale. Oh, Tales from the Borderlands or Batman? I don't think so. I really liked Tales from the Borderlands. Spider-Man 2018, that's a good one, though. Do we think any other Spider-Man? Do we think 2 or Miles Morales? Or do we think, like, the old PlayStation Spider-Man 2? X-Men Origins Wolverine. That feels like probably one that's more of like a favorite than like a likely to be on this list, I would guess. Uncharted for sure. I'm gonna say Uncharted 2 and 4. Let me know if you guys think that's off base, but I feel like those are typically the more well-received ones. Detroit Become Human. That's tough. I'll put it on here because we are going to 100, so technically there's gonna be a lot. Control. I think if it is on here, it's going to be towards the back half. Do we think something like Alan Wake 2? Since you mentioned Control. Tomb Raider. Yeah, I think it should be on here. Which one, though? There's like so many of those games. Like the old PlayStation ones or like the newer cross-console ones? I'm excited to see Tomb Raider come back also. We'll put maybe Tomb Raider ... Rise, because I think that's probably a good answer for that one. All right, let's scroll down. Let's get to my room here. Obviously, there's gonna be stuff at the top. We're gonna have like over 100 games on this, which is fine, honestly. Okay, where were we? We were kind of at the PlayStation 1. I'm just gonna write crashed. I don't know which one of those is probably the best one. Battlefront 2. I don't hate that pick. Is Legacy of Atlantis in its own time or the same as one as Catalyst? Is that a Tomb Raider question? I was not big into Tomb Raider, so if that is those, I'm not positive. Dino Crisis? We'll put it on the list. Yeah, I'm not positive with Tomb Raider, honestly. I was more like Nintendo way back in the day. so I didn't play a whole lot of Tomb Raider, but this list is not obviously just my my thoughts. So Far Cry 3, is that the best Far Cry, you think? I was debating Far Cry 2. Which one is like the more popular one? Mortal Kombat, yeah. Is Mortal Kombat also 2? Is that the... Well, I don't know. Or Street Fighter 2? I for some reason think of fighter games as being 2 the most. Maybe just more regular Mortal Kombat. Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Ooh, that's a good question. What Assassin's Creed do we think is on here? I think that's probably the most popular one. Either that or one of the first two, maybe. 3. Okay. Mortal Kombat 2009. Okay, so not like the old console ones, but like a remake. What else? Hades. Let's do some indies here. Celeste. I don't know if Dead Cells will be on here. What else indie wise is well received? Would they put like a Super Meat Boy? Is that... I'm gonna put a mega question mark on that one. Saints Row 2. It'd be cool if Saints Row was on here. The first one was such a fun time. Like playing that game online was wild. They had that game mode. Wasn't it called like Protect the Pimp? It was like something so absurd, but it was a fun game. I don't think it'd be on here. Red Dead though, yeah. Did you guys play Red Dead Revolver? That was the first one I played. I'm gonna say 1 and 2 makes sense. Layers of Fear. I'll include it. I don't know how much IGN is gonna give love to like too many horror games. There's also just regular Fear. Do we think that should be included? I don't know. I don't think like Condemned probably. So if there is anything from Monolith, maybe Fear. Undertale, that's a good one. What's the other one that studio made? Probably just Undertale will be on here, but they also made the other game. Sleeping Dogs. I think that's, I mean, no pun intended. I think that's kind of a sleeper hit of a game. We'll throw it on here. I don't know if I think it's on here though. Watch Dogs. Is Watch Dogs 1 the best one? I feel like for some reason 2 was more well received. Deltarune, yeah, that was the other one that they made. I think Undertale's probably just the only one on here. We were doing indies. What other indie games? There's got to be a ton that I'm not thinking of. Despite me being a major fan, I don't think they're going to put Slay the Spire on here. What other indies would they put on there? Would they do something like Limbo or Inside? Kind of that walking 2D type of game, kind of like Little Nightmares. I think that these are probably more likely than Little Nightmares, though. Psychonauts 1 and 2. Psychonauts like 1 has a crazy following, I will say. Kingdom Hearts, I approve. I feel like 2 is the better game, so I'll put 1 and 2. The Evil Within 1 and 2. Yeah, I need to be more like open-minded to the fact that this is 100 games, because I'm like, no, but I'm thinking like no for like top 50, but it could be like game number 88 or something. Death Stranding. Yeah. Okay, we were talking indies. I don't think Inscription probably makes it, although I would be pumped if it did. Trying to think what's like won at the Game Awards indie-wise. I mean, Hollow Knight, we did say Silk Song's not on the list, but Hollow Knight will be. American McGee's Alice Madness Returns. That sounds like a deep cut. I'm not aware of that game. Was that a good one? What console was that on? That sounds like an old school game. That sounds like a PS2 style game. Ooh, Call of Duty also. What type of game is that even? I am curious. I'm gonna, out of pure curiosity, I'm gonna look this up. American McGee's Alice Madness Returns. That sounds like such a long title. PS3 360. Okay. It does have really... You know what? We're putting it on the list. It has a pretty good score. It does seem like people like it. Alice Madness Returns. Let's do it. I've never heard of it, but this is a team effort here. Okay. Came out in 2011. It's one of your favorite games ever. Nice. Maybe I'll have to look into that one. Is that... We'll see if that's on Steam, too. 360 era games kind of are debatable how well they age. I feel like the eras that don't age well are like N64, and then 360 is kind of around that area too. Dead Space, yep. Honestly, 1 and 2 probably. But you also said Call of Duty. I do think there'll be a Call of Duty. Which one are ones? Modern Warfare, maybe? I mean, there's also World War II, which was decent. I feel like that's where they started. It runs well on Steam. Oh, okay. I'll make sure to check that one out after this. Getting good game recommendations from this too. Okay, I'm still kind of stuck on indies. There's definitely some I'm not thinking of that should be on here. It Takes Two. That one game of the year, so if that's not on here, I'd be kind of surprised. Okay, let's bounce around a little bit. I'm thinking of also game of the year stuff. Dragon Age Inquisition. Overwatch. What else won game of the year? Baldur's Gate 3. All right, we had Breath of the Wild. We had Last of Us 2. We had Sekiro. This was last year. I think I said it was December. Astrobot. Do we dare put Astrobot on there? Days Gone. I don't think so. I personally love Days Gone. Actually, on PlayStation, my avatar is Deacon from Days Gone. I think a lot of people didn't finish that game. It was kind of lengthy, and I actually got the platinum on that one. I think they gave you a special thing for when you did also. But I don't think the game was well received, and I remember the developer kind of crashing out about it. He had really bad PR afterwards. It was like, well, you guys should have bought it at full price or something like that. I was like, all right. So I'm gonna say probably not. What other game of the years am I missing? It Takes Two. I mean, let's just go backwards. Baldur's Gate. We did Elden Ring. We did Sekiro. Last of Us. Overwatch. Astrobot. Dragon Age. What are the ones on there? Mass Effect, yeah. Which one do you think is I feel like people love 2 the most. Maybe 1 or 2. We did Bloodborne earlier. It's somewhere up this. Yeah, actually, it's still on the screen here. What else? What are some of those mid 2010s game of the year winners? Breath of the Wild was another one. I don't know if I said that one already. Okay, now let's just kind of bounce around everywhere. Maybe looking at developers. We did stuff like Far Cry. Do we think there'll be a Borderlands? I think if so, 2 is the best one. We did Baldur's Gate. Do we think there's gonna be a Divinity? Which one's more popular, 1 or 2? Maybe also 2? Not sure. Game Boy I didn't really touch on too much. We put Pokemon on there. Is there any other very popular Game Boy game? We have Tetris, I guess, which is also qualifies. Maybe we do some sports games. There's got to have some sports games on here, right? This may be a hot taking opinion, but NBA 2K11 I think is pretty regarded as like the best one. Football games, I think the mid 2000s is like the prime era, like Madden 04/05, or wasn't there like an ESPN NFL game around that time too? It was like the last time Madden didn't just own the rights to all football. I forgot the name of that game. It's something around there. Let's see, other sports. Would they put MLB The Show? I mean, it's high quality, but I doubt it. We'll just say question mark though. Ooh, do other PC games count? Like, is Backyard Baseball up for debate here? Not sure. That makes me think of like the old PC games like Myst. would they dare put Myst? StarCraft, actually. World of Warcraft. I loved Warcraft 3, but I'm assuming they won't do that. SmackDown, Here Comes the Pain. It's SmackDown, Shut Your Mouth. I think we probably have a wrestling game on here. I don't know which one. Here Comes the Pain sounds familiar, and you mentioned those other ones earlier too that I think were good. And 64 wrestling games, I think, were like the prime era. Let's just write wrestling. Here Comes the Pain. What was the other one you mentioned earlier? I do think there's a chance for one of those. Where was that? Revenge, maybe. I think there will be one wrestling game. I'm not sure which one though. What are the sports? Would we do is that how you spell that? For some reason that looks like misspelled. Yeah, okay. What else? Crazy Taxi. Would Simpsons Hit and Run be on here? Also, we forgot all of like the Grand Theft Autos. Which ones? San Andreas, Vice City, 5. 3 is also pretty well regarded, so maybe 3. Friday the 13th. I would love that. I don't think they're gonna do that, but I would personally love that. I'm excited to see what they do with Halloween this year. Hopefully it lasts a little bit longer than F13 did. But is there, I mean, would we put like a Dead by Daylight? I don't think so. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of horror franchises that could really capitalize on, to your point, like a story driven, in that case, whodunit type of thing. I think that'd be great. I feel like horror games have too much like leverage the asim multiplayer stuff, which is fun, but which is maybe Hellraiser wound up being pretty good when that comes out. Okay, what else on here? There's probably some other franchises we're missing. Halo 1 through 3. Let's think of my own list. I have Halo, I have The Witcher, Bloodborne. I don't think Slay the Spire will be on here. Hades I put on here. Elden Ring and Sekiro. I put BioShock and Red Dead. Mafia? It is 100, so maybe. Yes. KOTOR. I played more of 2, but I think maybe 1 would be the pick. What other games? Oh, speaking of sports games, I meant to put this on there. NBA Street. Probably Volume 2. Any racing games? Are we gonna do like a Gran Turismo or a Forza? Maybe just like one game at most from each of those. Ooh, Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War. I'll say Shadow of Mordor has a chance. War is kind of like the better, more expansive game, but I feel like Mordor was like the new idea. Kind of sucks that they... Oh, I didn't write that right. That they have like a patent on the Nemesis system. Kind of wish more companies could use that. Need for Speed Most Wanted. Maybe. That could be like a racing representation. Would they do like a Midnight Club? I don't know. Burnout 3? I could see that. Ooh, also Guitar Hero / Rock Band? I've said this a million times. They need to bring rhythm games back. I feel like they kind of got saturated a little bit too much, but it's been long enough. Time to bring them back. Okay, what else? What else? The Crew. I feel like that franchise didn't get super supported. I have seen that game on like PlayStation Hits or whatever with like the red title on top, but I don't feel like it got super well supported. What else? We have a pretty expansive list here, honestly. Like we could make around 100 almost from this. There's definitely a few like big hitters that I'm just forgetting about though. Would they put Metal Gear 5? I think I wrote 1 through 3. I don't think so. 5, but doubtful. Ghost Recon. Maybe. I think maybe like Splinter Cell actually. Could be. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. That does qualify because it came out in December of last year. So I think it would fit the cut here. We'll put it on here. What other games? We have It Takes Two on here. Okay, let's think of the big staples. Mario games, we have 1 and 3. We have Super Mario World. We have Odyssey, Galaxy, Galaxy 2, Smash Melee Ultimate, Mario Kart 64 and 8. We can throw... So I mentioned Little Nightmares when we talked about Limbo or Inside. I don't know if they would do also Little Nightmares, but we can throw it on there. I feel like there'd be a lot from one kind of style of game. Minecraft, how could I forget? That's a big one. That could be top 10, honestly. Also, Fortnite. I hate to say it, but Fortnite's on there. Would they put Apex or PUBG? I don't know. Yeah, Fortnite, you got it. Def Jam. PS2 games count. It's all consoles. Roblox? I hope not. No offense if people play Roblox, but I feel like Roblox is like... There's a lot that like goes on with that game. Def Jam's an interesting one. I'll throw it on there. It makes me think of those old like PS2 games that were like, oh, like Parappa the Rappa. Remember that game? They wouldn't dare put that on here, would they? LA Noire. Sure. I don't think so, but maybe. Yeah, true. They play like games within Roblox. I feel like that's like a big nightmare for like child gambling and stuff, though. So for the sake of that, I'll leave it off the list. Okay, what else? Maybe Diddy Kong Racing. Debatable. People like that or Mario Kart 64 more. FNAF. We'll put the first one. Portal, yeah. Portal 1 and 2. Good call there. I still need to play those, honestly. I almost bought them during the winter sale. Maybe in the next sale I'll wind up grabbing them finally. Okay, what else? What else? Team Fortress 2, you think so? You saying that makes me think of Half-Life 2, honestly, more than that. Also, Left 4 Dead 2. All the Valve games at this point. I mentioned Fear like way up this list. Yeah. I don't know if it'll be on here, but we have it as a possible option. But I mean, the whole orange box stuff, Team Fortress could be on there. People have been clamoring for Half-Life 3 for how many years at this point? We put I think King Matthew mentioned that one, Death Stranding. Let's see. I'm trying to think of stuff that like I own that'll make it easier. Death Stranding 2 was this last year, so 2025. So that one will not be on here. Would they put Demon Souls or Returnal? Thinking of like PS5 things. We mentioned Gears already. We did Halo already. Oh, Fallout 4. Also Skyrim. How did I forget about Skyrim? Probably some other Elder Scrolls, right? There's Oblivion. Is that the one? MLB The Show is a video game franchise. It's like the realistic baseball iteration. It used to be just on PlayStation because it's made by I think Santa Monica Studios, like the PlayStation studio out in California. But you think more Scream 7 news will be coming? We'll see. We'll see. Hogwarts Legacy. Maybe I probably wouldn't put it on my top 100. Miraculous Ladybug, like it's an acronym. It is not. It is baseball. Rocket League. Speaking of other sports games. Would League of Legends be on there? I'm thinking of like competitive games now. Counter-Strike 2. There's so many games. Like, this is a tough list to put together. The Division 1 and 2. I'll put the Division 1 with like 3 question marks. I don't think both of them, but yeah, League is like insanely. I did pass on actually, should we do Titanfall? Titanfall 2? Maybe that'll be the Apex representation here. I'll put Apex with like 3 question marks also. I don't think they're going to do that, but also follow it up with PUBG with 5 question marks because I don't know if we can do that many battle royales. Yeah, we'll see, Chris. I'm not until you see something, I wouldn't fully buy into it. Yeah, Arcane is awesome. I am actually halfway through season 2. I need to finish it, but like visually stunning show. Also some pretty good voice acting in that. Okay, there's some big hitters we're missing. I guess if I'm just thinking, which of the top 10 be? Sonic, yeah. What do you think is going to be representation? Like Sonic Mania? Or Sonic 2, maybe? I put Fallout 4. Actually, New Vegas is probably the answer. And then if they do another one, 4 also. Yeah, we have Titanfall right there. We only have Mega Man 2. Is there other Mega Man games, or is that it? Like, would they do Mega Man 3? Let's go back all the way to the top. Where were you? Oh, even higher up. There's so many games on this. Dang. Metroid, you think the first one? I put Super Metroid And I also put Metroid Prime. I don't know if I would put the first one on there, but maybe. Cuphead, I like that pick. That's good indie inclusion. Oh, there's a UK Scream 7 tomorrow. Nice. We have these on here. What am I? Let's put these back up here. What else do we think should be included? There's got to be like at least 10 that I'm just missing. But if I'm thinking of top 10 games, what do we think is going to be on the top 10, I guess? That's another question. I'm going to make my own prediction of their top 10. So not my personal top 10, but what I think they'll have on there. I think they'll go very classics. Saw the game. Maybe maybe this next one, whenever they make it. I think their top 10 is going to have Breath of the Wild on it. I think it's going to have Tetris on it. I think Super Mario 3 will be on it. Probably. UFC? Nah, I don't think so. Yeah, the video game. Those games, I didn't play like a bunch of them personally, but I've watched like videos on them. And is it the second game where like you make a choice at the beginning of the game that decides how the game ends, which is pretty wild? Okay, what else on the top 10? I do think heavy Nintendo influence will be here. Is Red Dead 2 on the top 10? Is GTA 5 on the top 10? Would Skyrim be on there? You mentioned Minecraft. I think that'll probably be up there. I haven't done Saw the Ride. Probably not. It's like a roller coaster, right? I'm not huge into roller coasters these days, or even for the most part ever. I would get probably sick. But I would consider if it was close. Wolfenstein? I don't hate that pick. Probably 2. There's a lot of 2s I'm putting on here. Yeah, Final Fantasy. That's a good call. Do we put 7? There's also the Chrono Trigger potential there. Would Chrono Trigger be on there also? I don't know. I don't know how much they would like be willing to double dip, because technically I could see them having Breath of the Wild, but also Tears of the Kingdom. What else is our top 10 assumption? I mean, maybe Chrono Trigger. Would they do something dirty like Pong? I'm gonna put it on here on the list. Probably not top 10, but I could see them doing something like that. What other game? You know what? Baldur's Gate 3. I feel like they're probably gonna love that game. All right. Probably directionally okay. We're probably okay to jump in the list if you guys want to. I know we're missing some stuff. We have to be. I don't even know how many games we have on here, but we got to be missing some inclusions. Let's just think real quickly. NES, SNES, N64, GameCube, Wii U, Switch, PS1 through 5, Xbox through Series X, PC. I was gonna do devs earlier. Like, we have from the smaller studios, we have something like Supergiant. Actually, where did I put Hades on here? Would you dare put Bastion? Also, probably not, but is Vampire Survivors potentially on here? Yeah, we have a few Call of Duties somewhere on here. I think we put Modern Warfare and maybe World War II. Metro? I don't think so. I mean, maybe. The Arkham games, that's a good pick, though. Yeah. Is City the most well-received? Maybe? Night? I'm thinking City, though. I think there's going to be only one from those three. We do have Castlevania 1 or 3 at the top. Could be Symphony of the Night also, though. But DMC makes sense. I don't know which one is more... Like DMC 3? Which one's the best one? Until Dawn. I'll put it on here. I don't think it'll be included, but I do like Until Dawn. Jedi Survivor. There probably is not enough Star Wars stuff I do have on here. So in fairness, sure. Is that or Fallen Order the more popular one? 3 is the best one? Okay. The Quarry, nah. I know we played it on stream, but I don't think that's going to make a top list. We do have the God of War games. I think I wrote, yeah, 2018 Ragnarok and maybe 2 or 3. But studio-wise, what else could be on here? I think as far as the games that I know super well, we have a pretty solid list. But there could be others. We have Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. Somewhere up here. Yeah, right here. I don't think it's going to be on here, but I will write Inscription with a lot of scrutiny. Yeah, Until Dawn we have kind of represented there. I don't know if they would do it, but... We did Uncharted. I'm thinking of like the staple mascots. Like a Drake, a Kratos. Yeah, we have Uncharted on here. At least I put 2 and 4 on here. There's 100 on the list. I don't know how many we have listed here. It's pretty many. Xenoverse 2, I don't think so. Will there be any Dragon Ball game? I could see Fighters maybe. But I assume maybe not. Yeah. Horizon Zero Dawn. Sly Cooper. I didn't play them, but I agree that that's probably somewhere on here. What others? I mean, we could do this probably forever, honestly. Star Wars Outlaws, nah. I don't think people liked that game, did they? I thought it was not super highly praised. All right, Bethesda we've done. Activision, do we think like a Diablo 2? I think in other PC games. It's Diablo 2. Conquer. Yeah, right. They wish. If they maybe they should have stuck with it, but I could see maybe one of the Hitman games. Which one's the best one? I don't know. I'm hoping a ton of mobile games don't count. Like, I don't want to see like Flappy Bird or like Angry Birds on here or like Clash of Clans. I do think there's some potential for like a Pokemon Go if they decide to include them, though. But then you'd also have to do like Marvel Snap and stuff like that. Dead Rising? Yeah, maybe. I could see it maybe being in like the 80s to 100. Yeah, Angry Birds. I sure hope it's not on here. But if they're doing mobile games, that is possible. Tekken. Yeah. I don't know which Tekken game is the most popular. Are we also doing like does DDR or like any of those kind of more movement rhythm games count? 1-2 Switch? I don't know. What other Switch games maybe am I not thinking of? I don't know if they would do Link's Awakening. I like the one that's on Switch. There's also stuff like Super Mario Land or Super Mario Brothers 2 have potential. Also Super Mario RPG. We put one of the Wolfenstein games. Yeah, we put 2 on here. We put Black Flag for Assassin's Creed. I think that's probably the pick. Doom, we put that. 2016 and Eternal on here. Max Payne, sure. Is the first one or is one of the other ones? Bully? I could see Bully, actually, yeah. Kind of a cult following for that game. Trying to think what else would be on here. We did Mass Effect. All right, we'll probably give it another 3 minutes to think of stuff, and then we'll just jump right in. We could do this probably forever and probably get pretty close to getting them all, but I want to see what the list looks like so we can be critical of it or praise it. You never know. Now I'm thinking other Pokemon games. Where did I write Pokemon on here? I think we did that a while ago. Here. I'm going to say there's potential for Stadium. Maybe Snap. Remember that Hey You Pikachu game that they try to use like voice response to that did not work at all? I'm kind of debating if Ocarina of Time would make the top 10 also, but how much Zelda can you have on a top 10? Astrobot, we did put that one on here. Ooh, Tony Hawk 1 and 2? I think Tony Hawk makes sense. Which one? I think 2 is more popular. We do have Hollow Knight on here. Tony Hawk's a good one, though. That's a good little niche sports inclusion. I know there's still gonna be like 10 of them that are like, oh, that's a major franchise. How did you forget that one? What do we think will be on here? I'm also not sure how much they're willing to double dip on games. Like, would they put Spider-Man 2 on here, or is just having the first game good enough? I don't think Bendy would be on here. Twisted Metal, I like that pick. I didn't play those games, so I don't know which one's the more popular one, but we'll just put that on there maybe. I like want to default to saying 2 for all of these games as like the more popular one. Oh, you know what I did forget? I talked about it in my short the other day, or yesterday. Shadow of the... Is that how you spell Colossus? Is there 2 L's in Colossus? I don't know. I don't think any other games by them. I don't think Eco or Last Guardian. We have Red Dead on here. We have Mordor on here. Just Cause? Nah, I don't think so. I'm trying to think, like, Shadow of the Colossus is one that I should have thought of a long time ago, but it's like such a passionate fan base that I feel like stuff like that I'm gonna miss. There's just so many PS2 games, especially. Would they do any other PS3s? We did The Last of Us. We did Uncharted. I don't think they would do Resistance. Would they do? I love SOCOM too. I don't think they would do SOCOM. Ghost. That's a good one. Good call out. That's a good pick. Definitely gonna be on the list. Dying Light. I could see the first game on there. I don't think anything beyond that. Life is Strange. Maybe. I don't know. We did one of the Far Cry's. All right, we'll count down now 1 more minute from now, and we'll lock it in and jump into things. Oh god, yeah, like Ghost of Tsushima. How did I not think of that one? There's so many like those where it's like, oh, you should have known. Honestly, part of me is like, should I look at my thumbnail and make sure there's not anything on there that was very obvious that I didn't include? Ooh. You know what? I didn't put it on here, but Nier Automata. Also, dang. Persona 5 and maybe 4 Golden. Ninja Gaiden. Yes, which one though? Don't know. We put Dragon Age Inquisition, so I think that's probably an okay representation of that franchise. Dude, there's so many games. This is impossible to cover everything. I don't envy IGN person who made the list. All right, what do you guys think? Should we just jump right in now? Spider-Man games. We have the first one on here. I think it's possible they would also throw 2. I don't know if they would do Miles Morales. Also, I did mention, where do we put Spider-Man? I think I wrote Marvel's Spider-Man. There's so many games. I think there's a chance for like Spider-Man 2, not the recent one. Ninja Gaiden 2, you think? Okay. We'll put that on here. All right. Let's jump in. If you guys think of stuff that we haven't written down, you can definitely still shout it out as we go through the list if we haven't seen the game yet. Yeah, let's see what they got on here. Let's jump in. Actually, I may grab... I don't know why I didn't put it in here. I think my water's in the other room. I may grab a water real quick and then jump in. If you guys have any last minute ones you want to put on the list, let me know. And I'll throw it on there. Otherwise, I'll take a quick minute break and then jump back in. We will look at the list. Be right back. We're back. Throw the tunes back on. Let's jump in. Alien Isolation. I like that pick. Although IGN famously gave this game like a 6 or something. But I like the inclusion. All right. Let's check it out. Let's see what they got on their top 100 games. Let's jump over here. Let me pause this real quick. And as I said, new segment on the channel. We'll see how it goes. If we want to do more like covering lists like this and deciding if it's like a good or bad list, we'll see how it goes. But for the sake of today, we're doing it. So we'll be looking at the lists and then at the end deciding kind of thematically with the channel, with us covering Saw frequently. Does the list live or does the list die? So with that, let's jump in.
Live or die. Make your choice.
All right. Let's check it out here. And this should show up correctly as I scroll down. I'm going to be careful probably to try not to scroll down too far because it's going to show like the next one. But we shall see how the list does. Let's see what it says on here. Okay, top 100 list games. Oh, it was May. Ooh. Well, with that in mind, where was Indiana Jones? I know that one is no longer going to be on the list. My bad. I gave you false information. I thought it was the end of 2024. Where was Indiana Jones? There we go. I don't know if anything else was like late. When did Astrobot come out? Was that after that? That may also have been too late, but either way. So updated May of 24. It spans best throughout history, spanning generations of consoles, PCs, handhelds, and more. And more, it doesn't tell me if that's going to be phone games or not. Okay, several games added. Totality of top hundreds as it stood, and asked ourselves a few key questions. This led to some beloved games dropping off, other games we previously missed being added. Yeah, right. Games in our top 100 have to measure a few key metrics. Maybe I should have done this before. I mean, we kind of just assume what top 100 means. How great it was when it launched. How fun it is still to play today. Okay, so that's kind of my criteria a lot of times where it's like, great game when it came out, but it doesn't hold up. How much the game reflects its best in class. Okay, so staple, like, this is kind of where I said Shadow of Mordor over War, because it's like, this introduced this whole new genre of games. Big emphasis on the game's impact and influence. Taking that out of the equation. So impact and influence is not included here. Interesting. It's just like, does it hold up? So it's like, here's where I would say they'll pick GTA 5 and not 3, because 3 doesn't hold up well and has a strong impact and influence, but it's not the best in class. So I think some of this is going to lean more towards modern games or games that just hold up well over time. So maybe some retro games too. Many games left a mark, inspired future developers, may not stand the test of time, be all that fun to play right now. May have been surpassed by other games. Okay. Collection of games to captivate us with their stories, wow us, and the revolutionary approach to game design set the standards for the rest of the industry. All right, let's jump in. Let's see how it goes. Top 100 games. Hey, that's the girl from Arcane. Borderlands 2. Also, we have pictures of potential spoiling the list here. Borderlands 2 was on our list. I don't know if we bother to like check stuff off of a right. That's going to be like very tedious, I feel like. I guess I could do something like that. We'll see if I keep doing it. Hello Neighbor. I don't think that would, I mean, based off their description, I feel like that game really did some new things, but I don't think it holds up super well. So I would say it's probably not included here, but I could be wrong. You guys could have named a bunch of games where I'm like, no way. And it's like clearly on here and I'm eating crow for it. But Borderlands 2, okay. 100 probably makes roughly sense. I may put it like in the 10 or so higher, but I think that's not the worst. I would view this as probably the best Borderlands game. Oh, we just jumped down. Well, let's look at the next one too. Divinity Original Sin 2. We also wrote that one down. So another one by Larian. Pretty low, but I don't think a lot of people played Original Sin 2 in fairness. End of Borderlands got you a little emotional of 3. I did not play 3. So the ones I've played are like 1, the prequel or the pre-sequel as it says on here. 2, and I played the spin-off with what was her name from the franchise. But I mean, it's a fun like looter shooter style game. But we also have Divinity here. I'm gonna have to be careful not to scroll down too far, but if we talk about it, we talk about it. So honestly, I feel like more people would get into this game, except Baldur's Gate 3 exists. So it's like the better version of Original Sin 2. Tiny Tina, yeah, that's it. I played that one as well. 3 I thought got kind of mixed feedback, even though it was probably an upgrade. But it's Gearbox that makes these games, right? I kind of feel like they have not the best like public representation. Yeah, we'll see if how the franchise does going forward. I know there's been like Borderlands 4, I think is being discussed right now, right? Or is it, let me see. Oh, it came out this last year, duh, at the end of last year. This was the one that I remember their CEO, what's his name? Like said this game should be like worth a lot more. Yeah, released last year, right? What's that dude's name? The CEO of this company. He was like got some big ordeal about the price of the game and saying it should have cost like $80, and then they had to like backtrack before it came out. Yeah, my bad. I heard it was not the strongest game. Randy Pitchford, that's who it is. But he's not necessarily the best at positively promoting their games, it feels like. Need a new coming new system someday. Of 3. All right, but Original Sin 2, I think this one checks out. We did have it on our list as well. I've never gotten into the franchise. I've debated grabbing Baldur's Gate 3 because it is like the more modern version of this game. But then we also have Divinity's new game that we saw the trailer for at the Game Awards that looks pretty wild. Definitely went for shock value with that trailer. All right, what else we got? Final Fantasy 7. Do we have this on? I had this on my top 10. I thought they were gonna have. Okay. Here's what we're gonna have to decide. Are they gonna include remakes? Because, well, at the same time, I think the original is probably more praised than the remake, but it doesn't hold up as much. So that description at the beginning where it said they're not going for like historical praise, it's more like modern, I could see remake being on here higher. Yeah, I'm right with you, Menace. I typically prefer supporting indie devs just because it feels more like a person than a corporation anyway, but then also the price points are a lot more palatable at the entry point. Like Team Cherry being like Silk Song's $20, or Hades 2 being, I think that was $30. Like those feel like A, easier to support, but then B, they're just cheaper too. So like when those go on sale, it's like much more affordable. I don't like, there's probably not anything I'm really gonna buy even at $70. Like I'm looking forward to RE9, but I'm probably not buying it at launch because I don't need to drop $70 on a game. I don't know. The last game I bought at like full price that wasn't an indie game was probably Elden Ring. So I'm right there with you. That's a good point too. Yeah. Although Game Pass is now what, $30 a month, so they're getting you from all sides at this point. Let's see. It also, that's kind of the nice part about switching consoles sometimes is you get to go back and play like older games, which are now much cheaper. Or like me switching back to PC at the beginning of last year. All right, Final Fantasy 7. We had it on the list, but I'm surprised it's this low. Like this is, I'm not huge into Final Fantasy myself. I've played 7 Remake, but I would have expected this to be like, obviously I put it top 10. I would have thought it would have been way higher, but their criteria does seem to not favor older games as much. So there's that. Okay, Black Flag. Is this going to be the only Assassin's Creed on the list? We shall see. Yeah, I wasn't big into the franchise, but I think I can acknowledge, like, I still think we're going to see 3/6, whatever you want to call it, depending on what country you're in on the list, but I'm surprised to see this one this low. The remake's got to be on the list, I would think. Black Flag at 97. I may have it a little higher if it's the only Assassin's Creed game, but I didn't love the ship traversal, I will say. Switch from Xbox to PlayStation because of Metal Gear, Resident Evil. Yeah, I was that way. So I was pretty much Nintendo growing up, and then during the GameCube era, I dabbled into PlayStation 2 and Xbox, and then for the next generation, I didn't do PS3, I did 360, and then I started with Xbox One, but then realized they had like not nearly as many games, so I abandoned that ship and went to PlayStation 4. Then have been on PlayStation since then, other than now being on PC at this point. So at least number 3, I don't think it's that high. I could see Black Flag being like an 80, because this is like all-time games, but you probably like Assassin's Creed a lot more than I do, in fairness. I am trying to be not as biased as I would otherwise be, though. Like, I wouldn't have Final Fantasy on my top 10, but I'm surprised they don't. All right. Monkey Island 2. LeChunk's Revenge. What is this game? I'm kind of tempted to look this up now. What is this? Is this a PC only game from 1991, huh? Let me grab this real quick. I will... All right, let me take that down temporarily. I'm going to put a tab up here so that we find something like very bizarre, we can check it out together. All right. What is this game? A 91 PC game. So these are kind of those niche ones where it's like... It's why I put something like Myst on the list, which I don't know if they'll do that, though, because... I guess this one probably holds up. It looks like a point-and-click style game, doesn't it? Like, it's giving... like a Grim Fandango or Dave the Tentacle, whatever that game's called. What is it described as? Is it described as a point and click adventure game? Okay. This game probably sucks. Okay, fair enough. Well, that one surprised me. Never heard of this game. Yeah, I have not either. What does it say? Honestly, when I saw this, I thought of Super Monkey Ball, which could be on the list, I guess. It's good in that place. Never heard of it. I would not even have had on the list. We knew who Guybrush Threepwood was, so we knew what to expect. I did not know who he was. Okay. Story-driven game. Feels like it's some comedy, some charm to it, maybe. LucasArts. Okay. Haven't played PC games since the 90s. That's kind of where I'm at, too. Other than this last year now. Like, I've returned to them. Back in the day, I guess 90s to early 2000s. Like, the last PC games I was playing was Halo for PC, which a lot of people don't even know was a thing. And StarCraft and Warcraft 3 were kind of the ones that I played. Okay, this is first surprise. Should we keep track of like the negatives on here? Let's do that too, maybe. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games. I think so far they hit on 3 of them. I think the Final Fantasy VII and LeChunk being on here is not great. We'll just do positive and negative and just add a point every time we see that. It never happened ending. Yeah. Those kind of like it was all in their head type of thing you're saying? Myth and Marathon is what I played. I don't think do I know what that is? Myth and Marathon? Let's game. Are those two different games, actually? He may have been referring to two different games. I'm assuming so. Myth, The Fallen Lords, and then Marathon. Isn't Marathon like a modern game, or is that just the same title? I'm assuming those are two different games. Borderlands 2, Black Flag, definitely the worst ranked ones, you think? I think they make sense being on the back half of a top 100. So I can't get too bothered. Yeah, I figured they're two separate ones. Myth game? Let's see what that is. Okay, this looks kind of fun. It kind of looks like a StarCraft type of... just like RTS style game. I would say Marathon, but that's probably going to bring up the current one. Ooh, this is like a Doom style. Okay. All right, let's see what's next. Burnout 3, we had on the list. A little lower than I would have thought. That would have been maybe around 60, I would have guessed, but I'm not offended by 95. Yeah, Marathon was like Doom. That's what it looked like. How many more racing games do we get? I mean, this is kind of a quasi-racing game because you're just crashing cars, but racing game nonetheless. Pretty fun back in the day. I wasn't huge into racing games, but this was a good time. You just like try to create as much chaos as possible. All right, what's next up? Fallout 2. Fallout 2, huh? I didn't see that coming. I'm gonna say that's a negative. Fallout 2. Did you guys play Fallout 2? I don't feel like prior to 3 I was really aware of the franchise. You haven't played either of those? I'm surprised Fallout 2 is on here. Maybe we'll get New Vegas and 4 later. But they mentioned not really focusing on older games as much, so that one's a little bit surprising. Yeah, I'm surprised that's on here. I'm a poser. I'm a poser too then, if that counts. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, it's kind of like Grand Theft Auto. Like, nobody really played Grand Theft Auto 1 and 2. I feel like 3 put Grand Theft Auto on the map. Because, like, they were different style games, too. Like, they were top-down. I have not. So, Prime's not a service I have. But otherwise, I would definitely check it out. I've heard really good things about both Season 1 and, so far, Season 2. Have you been watching it? As I said, it seems like, from everything I've seen, people are big fans of it. Just ordered New Vegas Fallout 3. I played a little bit of 3. So 4 was the first one I played. So if you want to talk about poser, that's definitely me with the Fallout franchise. But I don't act like I really love it. But when I bought 4, it came with a copy of 3. So after I beat 4, I started 3 and played some of it. But after playing 4, it felt a little bit aged. So I didn't get very far after like the beginning of school stuff. Like I went out and outside the vault into the world, but didn't wind up getting too far in 3. All right, let's see what's next. League of Legends, we did have it. Maybe a little lower than I would have expected, but at the same time, it's a very niche thing in that it's like a competitive style game, whereas a lot of people, like I've never played League myself, and for example. 3's your favorite because it was your first. Yeah, I like 3. I think I just played it a little bit too late, as I mentioned. Especially coming like right off of 4. I was probably a little bit burnt out by it. All right, League being on here, I think that's an okay spot. I would have thought it would have been a little higher, but as I said, it's not for everybody. Mega Man 3. We did have Mega Man 3 on the list. I wrote 2 or 3. I'm expecting 2 to be further down, I will say. Mega Man's another one that I didn't really get into. I was more of like the Mario side of things back then. Fair enough. Fair enough. I think I remember both of those things, but touche. Never played Mega Man. I mean, the Game Awards have the new one coming out this year, which I was a little bummed. They don't feel like they innovated too much. It still feels like a 2D shooter platformer. But we'll see. Maybe it'll wind up being pretty good. All right, what's next up? Animal Crossing New Horizons, another one we had on the list. Maybe would have thought it would have been a little bit higher, especially when they seem to prioritize newer games. I didn't ever play it, but it was like the game for people. People bought Switches in this game during the pandemic. It was like their way to socialize, it felt like. So don't hate it. Let's see what's number 90. Thief 2. I'm going to say that one's a negative. Interesting choice. I'm aware of like Thief. I don't even know if they knew they had a Thief 2. Thief 2 game. Huh. Really? Top 100 game. When did this come out? Oh, 2000. This is not the same franchise I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of the one that was on like Xbox or PlayStation. Stealth game, huh? This is their old school Assassin's Creed. Remember original Mega Man being really hard? I mean, all those NES or SNES games were impossible. Like, did you guys ever play, I don't know if they'll be on this list, but like The Lion King or Aladdin or Toy Story? Any of those like movie games on the SNES were insanely difficult. I'm thinking of, as I said, this is what I'm thinking of. Maybe same franchise? Is it? Stealth video game. Eidos Montreal and Square Enix. Let's see if that's who developed the other one. It's not the same studio, so I don't know if it's the same franchise or not. Manhunt, yeah. That Manhunt could be on this list. Which also made me think of, I'm going to throw on the list right now, Outlast. I think Outlast could be on the list here. You think you beat Aladdin? I don't think, like, there's so many of those SNES games I definitely didn't beat. Just because, like, you had to start over every time. The one I'm mainly thinking of is Lion King. Like, that game, let's see if I can pull it up here, too. This game was such a struggle. It looks very simple, but, like, doing all these jumping things... This one sucked. There was like spikes you couldn't hit, and this person's like, this ostrich is like running the whole time, I think. It was hard. Modern gamers don't know what it was like playing these old school, like, insane retro games. First boss and guide. I mean, I don't blame you. A lot of these games, it was like, how far can I get? Not gonna be on here. Ooh, actually, would they put Rampage on this list, do you think? I don't know, but I was thinking of, you guys ever play King of the Monsters on SNES? I did beat this game. It wasn't as hard, but kind of a fun, like kaiju 2D game. They had two of them. Oh, this is what this person's like charging up. King of the Monsters 2 was also pretty good. Yeah. It was a fun multiplayer game. Kind of was like one of those like Ninja Turtles. Look at the cover of this thing. They don't do old games like they used to, like these very unique ideas. This dude in the back was one of the bosses. These two were characters you could play as. Predator 2 on Genesis. I didn't really think about Genesis when I thought about this list. Do you guys remember the they had a pretty good Power Rangers game on Genesis. Yeah. We also didn't include Contra. I'm now realizing which should be on this list. And what else was I just thinking of? I don't know, but anyway. Either way, Thief 2 kind of surprised me. Not familiar with this one. Yeah, I was gonna say probably not. Well, was Turtles in Time the old one? That's kind of one I would think, but they didn't seem to be favoring older games, so maybe it would be, to your point, something like Shredder's Revenge. All right, I'll jump into 89. Sim City. Ooh, also, we got to put The Sims. I forgot about that. I don't know if that counts because the list kind of reminded me of that one, but SimCity 2000. I would argue, I don't think this game would be fun today. I don't know what you guys think. I liked it like back then. It was a good time. Like you would just bring in these natural disasters and destroy the city. But does it hold up today? Maybe. I don't know. This feels like more of an impact game. So for that reason, I'm going to say negative. How many do I have on there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, 12. I think that sounds about right. Sounds good. No worries. This one surprises me. Since we're definitely not doing the impact thing. But I do think Sims is going to be on here now. This is kind of, I mean, a sandbox game is kind of a turn your brain off. It's a bit of just like a detox, let chaos ensue. One of the reasons I didn't love Metal Gear 5 was that it was kind of just an open sandbox. All right. Inside. We called that one. Is this going to be the representation? I don't think we're getting Limbo or Little Nightmares because Inside feels like the most popular of that kind of style of game. But big fan of this one. If you haven't played it, it's normally like super cheap and pretty fun. It's like a very simplistic like puzzle 2D scroller type thing with some story in it too. Titanfall 2. We called that one. This is probably where I'd put it too. 80s feels right. So the list is doing decent these last couple. Inside I could even see being a little bit higher, honestly. I could see that being like in a 50s to 60s. All right, what do we have next? Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. I'm honestly kind of surprised it's this low. I'm going to say that's a negative actually. I think it should be on this list, but Pro Skater 2 I could see being also like in the 50s. Yeah, Titanfall 2 at that spot makes sense. Which I don't think we're getting anything else from that franchise. I don't think they would put Apex above Titanfall 2. I think this is the only Tony Hawk we're going to get also. I don't think they would do one or like Underground or anything like that. All right, what do we got next? Monster Hunter World. Dang, I forgot about Monster Hunter. I'll give that one a positive because that one makes sense. I never played all of the Monster Hunters. I did play this one. My gripe with this one, with Monster Hunter in general, I always felt like I liked the idea of like, this is a perfect game for me where it's like, let's attack this big creature with a group of people and just have a good time. I always felt like the swinging mechanics were too delayed. And I know that's kind of the point. Otherwise it'd be too easy just to like button mash and gang up on the monster. But I always felt like when I played, I swung my weapon and then 3 seconds later, my character would swing. So the gameplay I didn't love, despite being a fan of the like idea of everything there. Yeah, I think I'm surprised this isn't higher. This is like the premier skating game. All right, next up. RE2 Remake. Okay. I'm going to say that's a negative. I think that's too low. I did have RE2 Remake as on the list. The Resident Evil games I listed was 1, 2 Remake, 3, and 4. But we are doing remakes. Are they going to give us also RE2 just without the remake? Not sure. But this is probably like the best remake since we're kind of in the era of remaking all these games. I think RE2 Remake is like the prime example of how to do it right. And for that reason, feels a little bit low. Like this should be probably in the 40s, I would say. All right, let's keep going. System Shock 2. I never played these games. I'm going to give it a positive. I can respect that. Not a franchise I played, but I know like there's a remaster, I believe, of the first one. And maybe at some point I'll jump into these. They're probably a little bit older today, but it's on this list, so it should hold up, supposedly. Oh, you didn't enjoy 2 Remake? Huh. I thought most people pretty uniformly loved it. The Mr. X stuff does kind of get old, I will say, when you're kind of continually having to run. You don't get to really immerse yourself, but it's supposed to put you on edge a little bit. All right, what do we got next? Mortal Kombat 11. The most complete fighting games in existence. This is a negative for me. I think Mortal Kombat deserves to be on this list, but why 11? What is it about 11 that makes it... Is this just like the Smash Ultimate thing where it's like, oh, we have the most expansive roster at this point? Is that why? Has an impressive story mode. Highly respectable roster of 25. Yeah, so 12 more added characters. I don't know if 11's the one I would have gone with. I'm not a big fighting game or Mortal Kombat person, but from what I know, that feels like a strange inclusion. All right. Persona 5 Royal. We did include that. Honestly, I'm giving this a negative, though. Persona 5, I think you could argue is a top 10 choice. But either way, I think it's a top 40 game. So putting it at 81 feels pretty low. Like, the best Persona has ever been. Okay, so 4 Golden's not going to be on the list if 5 is the best, apparently. You think this makes sense here? Yeah, I think I would put a different Mortal Kombat. 11 feels odd, but I'm not like their biggest loyalist, so. But yeah, it does feel like this is the only Persona inclusion, and it feels pretty low. I'm glad it's here, but it seems 81's pretty rough. Great game, insanely long. If you want to get like hundreds of hours out of a game, this is one to play. All over the place, but kind of fun. But yeah, I think I would debate. I don't have it currently in my top 10, but Persona 5 could be in my top 10. Like, it being that long of a game, but I beat it, says it all. I didn't play Royal. I played the original 5, but this is just like an expanded version of Persona 5. Like, as you see here, it's make it even better with new stories. All right, what's number 80 here? Dark Souls. Also, there's a picture of... I feel like these are like teasing stuff. Control could be on the list. I think Jamie mentioned that one earlier. Dark Souls being at 80. I think that's a negative. Should be on the list. I think it should be higher. But it was your first fighter, Mortal Kombat 1. Yeah, it feels like they should have had like Mortal Kombat 1 or 2 or something like that on the list instead of 11. They were just going for like the more modern take with that. Kind of surprising, actually. I've never played Dark Souls. I've watched a little bit of it before, but the FromSoft games I've played are Dark Souls 3, Sekiro, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, Demon Souls. Dark Souls 1 and 2 I haven't actually played myself. I've debated grabbing the remaster a few times, but it's next on your list. I think you'll enjoy it, as long as you're okay with like FromSoft games. Yeah. I mean, they did say they weren't going for impact, so... Do we change my... I'll change my thought here, actually. We'll give it a positive. Based off them saying they're going for quality of game, not necessarily impact. Like this... I mean, you could argue Demon Souls did it more, but Dark Souls is the more popular one. It created like a whole style of game. But is it the best one? No. Like, while I haven't played it myself, so I will reserve my right to change this, I'd rather play Sekiro, Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, Elden Ring. I wasn't a big fan of Demon Souls, so maybe not that one. So 80, I think it's fine. I think if by them calling out, they're not just going for like impact, I can say 80's okay. Fortnite. Honestly, I'm going to say this one is a negative, though. We'll balance those two out. I don't play Fortnite a whole lot. I've played it a few times. But you can't argue it's in... well, I guess we're not doing impact. You can't argue, though, that it's like still played constantly today. Like, when did Fortnite come out? Like, mid-2010s? 2017. So not as old as I thought. But people are still playing that. I think there's even like a South Park event going on right now. So I think it deserves to be higher overall here. Never played Fortnite or Minecraft. I've never played Minecraft, actually. Yeah, 2017. But like this franchise is just like so prominent. They have like all the IPs these days. You can think of any movie, game character, they're probably in Fortnite. Like even the people from Pulp Fiction are in Fortnite. So it's it can't be disregarded. All right, next up, Fable 2. Ooh, you know what? That's a positive. I respect it. This is probably the only Fable representation. My Fable 2 story is always I bought it on release and was like a couple hours into it. Maybe a little bit more than that. Maybe like 5 hours into it. And I got the Red Ring of Death for my 360. And then I never went back to Fable. So yeah, I think Fortnite probably deserves at least top 50, you would say. Fable makes sense here, though. Solid RPG franchise. All right, GoldenEye 007. I'll give that a positive. I am a little bit conflicted because they did say that they didn't really, if the game doesn't hold up today, they don't include it. And I'm surprised they consider it something that holds up today. Because if you've tried to play GoldenEye, like I agree with this statement. In 97, it was a revelation. Like playing as, you couldn't play as Oddjob. That was always like the cancel out. All right, we can see the next one, but I don't feel like it holds up. So then 77 probably makes sense. Like iconic, but not great today. Yeah, it was awesome for its day, for sure. Both the campaign and multiplayer, great. We have Smash Ultimate here next. This one's a negative. That should be way higher. I don't know if they're going to have Melee on the list. I'm assuming not, because it's quite simply the ultimate Smash Brothers game. Smash Brothers as a franchise should be top 20, I would say. So 76, I don't think makes sense. GoldenEye's all right. Gloves included. Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat where it's like, I would like it to be higher, but realistically, if you play it today, it shouldn't be any higher. But Smash Ultimate, this is a Switch game. Like, how do you not have this? This is like the pinnacle definition of Nintendo, especially Nintendo Switch. I think some people would argue this is the best Switch game. So 76? I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know. Spelunky 2. Okay. I'll give it a positive. The hard part is now we're doing comparisons. Like, I'm thinking Spelunky 2 at 75. I think is okay. Do I think Spelunky 2 is higher than Smash Bros. Ultimate? No, not at all. So I'll try not to do the comparison thing. I'll try to treat them individually, but it should not be ahead of Ultimate. I've only played the demo of... Was it the original Spelunky? Pretty hard game, to be honest. Another indie game I probably should have thought of. But I do think this is probably I don't think they're going to have the first one on here. It does mention the first one on here, though, here. After the Red Ring of Death, did you not play Fable 3 afterwards? No, I didn't play Fable 3 at all. What did Fable 3 come out on? I may have switched over to PlayStation by that point. No, it was on 360. I didn't play Fable 3. But yeah, honestly, I didn't even finish Fable 2. I remember why. Maybe I sold it. I don't really remember why I didn't want to finish it. Maybe I was just like so annoyed that I got so far. Then I was like, you know what? I don't want to restart this again. But I've only actually from the Fable franchise, 2 is the only one I played. And I only played the beginning portion of it. Yeah, Smash should be way higher. Especially if this is the only Smash representation. Like if you had Melee on here, okay. But if this is it, don't love that. Spelunky's okay here. Oh, Return of the Obra Dinn. I'm kind of surprised they would have put this on here. I agree with this. It's easy to underestimate it. I haven't played it, but it's a kind of a fun art style. Have you guys ever checked it out? It's like this black and white game where you're on a ship and you're trying to detective work to try to figure out what happened. I've debated playing it before, but it is quite unique looking, I will say. Never heard of it. It's solid. I'm pretty surprised it's on their top 100, though. You know what? I'll give them credit for including an indie game. That gets positive. It's kind of like you're trying to solve, like, a bunch of people died, I think, and you're trying to figure out, like, what happened. Dota 2. Okay. Not a game I've played, but another one that's, like, heavy League of Legends, like, competitive. Funner than Smash? No. No, that's kind of... It's funny when you do lists like this. Smash is like the new like bar to hit. None of these games that have come since that are better. So I mean, technically you could be like, these are all negatives, but I'm going to treat them individually and be like, does Dota 2 make sense at 73? For Impact, but we said we're not doing Impact. I don't know. I'll say positive. All right, we'll see the next one on here. That is pretty low, but as I said, not a style game that I get into overly, but it is still heavily played today, I'm pretty sure. So I feel like at the Game Awards, the esports stuff, it's always like Counter-Strike, Dota, League, so forth. All right, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. This is criminally low. They're dogging on the... I'm surprised. They implied that they went more modern, but you have Smash Ultimate and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe this low. Like, get out of here with that. I think they use AI for the list. Maybe. I think AI would have put this higher, though. You don't think? Also, are we now not getting Mario Kart 64? This is the Mario Kart? Let's see. Best the franchise had since the N64 days. I remember Block for it. The competitive stuff with that. Okay, so we're definitely not getting like a double dash on here, and I don't know if we're getting Mario Kart 64. Yeah, like this should be definitely on top, probably 20. At least top 30s, I would agree with that. All right, what's up next? Donkey Kong. Like old school arcade Donkey Kong? I actually respect this one. I'll say positive. I kind of forgot that we talked about Donkey Kong Country. Forgot about arcade Donkey Kong. I like that pick. I think it makes sense around here. I mean, if you're going for impact, you could probably put it higher, but since it is just like quality of game, this fits here. Kind of the staple arcade game like this, Galaga. Ooh, actually, are they gonna have Marvel v Capcom? They could, maybe. Never played it. I feel like if you play it, you have to like go to an arcade and play it. Like to the point in this description, you have to play it with quarters. Not even with, just like an old like arcade cabinet style. You have to play it that way with the little like joystick and stuff. Yeah, it was it was hard. They had a few of them. They had the, what was it called? The second one. I could spell. What was it called too? What was the other one called? Was it 3? Where you played as Donkey Kong, actually. Oh, Donkey Kong Jr. That's what it was. Yeah. But yeah, old school arcade. This is what it looked like. You're playing as Mario, which he wasn't even known as that back then. I forgot what they called him. It was just like generic guy. You have to go up, you get the hammer, climb the ladders, and you try not to get hit by the barrels. Or there's like this level where you have to walk over these things and then get up to the princess. It was definitely hard for sure. I don't remember like how many times how far I've gotten in the game, like how many levels I've cleared, because it's one of those games, once you get to the end, it starts over, then things get harder. It's kind of like the original New Game Plus, if we want to view it that way. Yeah, this is where Mario technically first existed. But as I said, I don't think they called him that. Donkey Kong Arcade, what did they call Mario? Getting a history lesson here. Jumpman, that's what it was. Originally it was called Jumpman. Yeah, I think the Super Mario Brothers NES game was the first time Mario was like Mario. All right, so I like that pick there. The Sims 3. Well, we did put on Sims. I'll say it's a positive. Is 3 the best? Not sure. But I assume this is going to be the representation of The Sims. I only really played the first one when you just like put in Rosebud over and over with semicolons and get all the money. But I assume this is the best one. I don't know. Yeah, it seems okay here. 70 makes sense. Splinter Cell. I did mention Splinter Cell. I'll say that one's a solid pick. Honestly, they need to bring this franchise back. I know they had the TV show that just came out last year, which I didn't watch, and I didn't hear like anybody talk about it. I posted about it at one point, but I heard no news about it, so I don't know if it was well received or not. Splinter Cell is probably the only stealth-based game I enjoyed. I don't typically like that kind of stuff, like the Assassin's Creed stuff, but Splinter Cell kind of made it fun. You think in the 40s? I'm okay with 69 here, I think. Nice. Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. Okay. We did say Super Mario World earlier, so this is kind of a build off of that. I think we're also going to have Super Mario World on here. Honestly, probably in the top 20. 2, I can respect. We'll say positive for that one. I'm also debating, am I just doing a 1-for-1 comparison for all these, or something like having Smash Ultimate that low? Is it worth more than 1 point of a negative? Maybe. We'll make that judgment call at the end. We're kind of making our own rubric here. Silent Hill 2. Okay. I like that pick. We talked about that one. Probably the only Silent Hill on here. I know we talked about 3 briefly. I think Jimmy mentioned that one. I think it's just going to be 2 on here. Just because I feel like this is normally the one people think of the most highly. Since it got a remake, obviously, on PS5. All right. GTA San Andreas. I can agree with that one. You could argue it should be higher, but they're going to have probably a couple more GTAs. I would say 5 is probably a top 10 game, and then you also have Vice City. You played Silent Hill too young. I never really played them, actually. I've debated grabbing the remake because I was more Resident Evil than Silent Hill. Pretty much the only thing I know about Silent Hill is Pyramid Head, some of the characters, and the secret ending of 2 with the dog. That's my knowledge of Silent Hill. The movies they're making a movie, like, is it next week it comes out? Which I don't have a lot of hopes for. The trailer looked questionable, but maybe it'll be good. We'll see. XCOM 2. Okay. I'll say it's a positive. Not when I really played. I played a little bit of it, like a couple hours. Decent strategy style game. Kind of reminds me of I did play a lot of Mario Rabbids. It's kind of the same idea. We're just setting up guys and attacking from different angles. That's a small picture. That's a blurry picture. Yeah, none of these are really helpful in showing it off, but maybe this one. It's kind of a tactical, turn-based style game. Cover art I thought always looked super cool too. You think San Andreas top 10? I think GTA 5 will be top 10. I think they'll view that as the best GTA. Until 6, maybe. Resident Evil played too young as well, desensitized. I did not play Resident Evil. I feel like Resident Evil is more so PlayStation, so I didn't play it a whole lot when I was younger. I know GameCube had 4 on it, but Control. I think this is also one that Jamie mentioned. Do I think it deserves 64? I'm going to say no, actually. I think Control deserves a spot on this list, but maybe at like 90. I think this is too high for me. I beat Control. I thought it was fun. But I don't know. Obviously, they're working on another game coming out that we saw at the Game Awards, but feels a bit high for me. Yeah, if you don't like turn-based stuff, XCOM's not for you, which also makes sense. Final Fantasy is pretty turn-based too. And Persona 5 that I mentioned. All right, next up, Modern Warfare. Yep, this is the one we called out. I think this is probably going to be the only Call of Duty. I like this spot, I think. I could see it being like in the 40s, but if you told me it was in the 60s, I wouldn't be overly offended. This had, what's his name? Is it Fisher? Is it like Thomas Fisher? Sam Fisher? I think it was Sam Fisher, right? COD, Modern Warfare. The campaign to this one was like classic. Yeah, this dude. Still play that game. I mean, obviously the remaster for it certainly holds up. Solid campaign, which can't be said for a lot of modern Call of Duties. Oh, Sam Fisher. Who's this guy then? What is his name? I forgot what his name was. Character. What is your name? Price. That's what I was thinking of. Price. Yeah. You're right. McTavish also. Captain Price, that's what I was thinking of. You play online? Is there still a decent crowd there? I see most people play the more current game, but that game probably holds up that enough people play the old school ones. Rise of the Tomb Raider. All right, this is the Tomb Raider. I will take some credit. I think, Matthew, you mentioned this franchise and this game specifically, and I agree that this is probably the Tomb Raider call out here. I'll say that one's a positive. I think that's probably the best representation of Tomb Raider. A little bit different than the original ones, but it's not bad online. I think the hard part with some of those older games, like how it is with like the Master Chief Collection, the only people that play online are like the diehards still, so it's not like, it's kind of sweaty in the online space there. Yeah, I'd say this one's a positive. This makes sense numerically too, around the 60s. Arkham City, like that pick too. I think this is our Batman Arkham representation, which this is the one that I thought was the most likely one. This is the second one in the trilogy, I believe. Yeah, Asylum, it goes Asylum, City, and then Night. So, pretty good. It's kind of weird, actually. I tried playing this on PC, and you have to like add all these like changes to be able to play it correctly for some reason. Probably is more meant to be like a console game. All right, 60. What do we got here? All right, that's teasing. We have our list established at this point. Oh, also, I'm kind of cheating now, but Dishonored. Maybe even Dishonored 2 is the answer, actually. But I'm pretty sure Dishonored is going to be on the list. And also, we have Metroid and Skyrim here. Oh, yeah. Checks out. I will say positive for Dishonored 2 around 60. That works for me. That works. The Witness. Wow. This one's tough for me. I kind of forgot to include this one when I was thinking of indie games. I've mentioned, I think before, as far as like when I was trying to get platinums on PlayStation, this or Fall Guys is probably the hardest platinum I've done. because the ending, there's like a secret ending to get a trophy where you have to do, so it's a puzzle game, but the ending, there's a puzzle room with like multiple puzzles in it, and you have, I don't know, let's say like 5 minutes, and they're playing this like music that's getting you very like stressed out, and it's always randomly generated, so you can't like look up like, oh, what's the answer, because the answer is different every time you start it. Super challenging. Does it deserve to be this high? I'm surprised it's top 60. I could argue like it could be, but I'm kind of surprised. I'm going to say negative. Like, I think it's top 100. I probably would put it more like 80. It's a fun game, though, if you like puzzles. Heavy Rain? Maybe. Since we're top 60, I'm going to say less likely. Like, Heavy Rain strikes me as like an 80, but you never know. Maybe we'll see it. I just always think of like the beginning of the game where the dad's just like, Jason. Solid game though, kind of a fun mystery to it. Journey. Here's an indie one I should have thought of. I'll say positive. I feel like Journey is kind of like the gateway game for indie games for people. Pretty easy. It's not really a challenge. You pretty much just progress as the character through this world, and you're like out in the desert for the most part. Yeah. It's a cozy game for the most part. It's a fun time. I don't know if I gave it a spot already yet, but I would say probably positive. Uncharted 2. Okay. I did say Uncharted 2 and 4 would be a representations for Uncharted. I think 4 is still to come. I'm glad to see 2 here, though. I would argue maybe at like 50, but it's only like a little bit higher than that, so I think it works. Cool. I feel like people love the opening in this game too, with like the train segment. It also reminds me a bit of like Italian Job, where you're like doing some heists. It's a good time. I didn't play it originally. I played it in the Uncharted collection that came out, which had 1 through 3. So definitely worth playing those games. 1 probably holds up the least, which is why I didn't include it. And of that OG trilogy, 2 is, I think, the fan favorite. 3 has kind of a cool plane segment that they seemingly used in the movie, but I didn't watch the movie, so. Overwatch. All right, we had that one on here. I'm not a big Overwatch fan, but I can respect it. It did win Game of the Year, maybe in a weak year. I thought about doing like a Game of the Year ranking. Spoiler for that, I would have Overwatch pretty low. I agree. I think, have we seen any Zelda games? I don't think we have. I don't think we've seen a Zelda game. Have we? We saw Mario World 2 for Mario. But we haven't seen a lot of like standard Mario or Zelda. There was Smash Ultimate and Mario Kart, but not like a Mario mainline entry. We'll see. We shall see. 55. Oh, they did have Apex. Okay. You know what? Respect for including that. I'm going to give it a positive. I do think this is kind of high. Like, I thought Apex probably should have been at like 90. Having it above Titanfall 2, you're going to offend a lot of people. Like, the Titanfall fans are going to riot seeing that. 57. Should be at least 19. Yeah, there's just so many games, it's tough. Like, I feel like I've watched people do lists before where they'll be like, oh, that one's easy, top 10. And they'll have like 100 games in their top 10. I'm like, these can't all be top 10. So I don't hate it at 57. To your point, you could argue maybe a little bit higher. Apex is my favorite battle royale. I don't play a whole lot of them, but I still play it today. Like this and Slay the Spire, my two, like, I don't have anything to play. Let me just jump in and play a little bit type of games. Calling to Sixth School 10 days in a row for Ocarina. They let you, I feel like that's like almost, how many days can you skip without being like held back? Maybe 10. Maybe you maxed it out. That's funny though. Yeah, Ocarina was a good time. But Apex, good call. Kind of on the back end of its game. I think it probably only has a couple of years left in it at this point, but it's still fun. But the population has definitely dwindled over time. Hollow Knight. Like that. Okay, so we had some decent ones, these last few. Like, these are all pretty good picks. Obviously, we've played Silksong on stream. Played the original, really liked it. It is kind of the staple. Like, obviously, Super Metroid and the Castlevania were like the OG definers of Metroidvania, literally in the title. But Hollow Knight is probably the quintessential Metroidvania game. So, I like that pick. Miss Pac-Man. Okay, so we're doing a bit of the whole Tetris thing. I kind of forgot to include Miss Pac-Man. We'll give respect to that one. I think this is probably the only Pac-Man inclusion. But we are doing some arcade stuff. Which, it does make sense. Like I mentioned, a lot of games don't age well. But I think the very old games, like the Super Mario Brothers, the Donkey Kongs, the Pac-Mans, those retro games do age well. But once, like the first few 3D games, or like on the N64, those are the ones that are a little bit rough. These hold up. You didn't like this Pac-Man? Fair. I feel like I played just standard Pac-Man the most, but this is kind of the same thing. What does it say on here? For a month, the machine was never left alone. Okay, so they have some bias because they had this in the office. I feel like some bias is going on in this. Granted, you played it because you liked it, but if you install an arcade cabinet with Miss Pac-Man in the office, is that going to sway people's viewpoints? Probably. Discovered Hollow Knight 4 months ago. That's good timing. Yeah, people were waiting forever. I did not think Silksong was like ever coming out. In fairness, though, I have kind of grown to respect their pacing because it is just, I think, 3 people and they refuse to like expand. They're like, we're going to make our game on our time. We're not holding to any shareholders or anything like that. So I respect Team Cherry a whole lot. So, but yeah, you definitely jumped in at the right time. All right, next up. Counter-Strike 1 points. What is 1 point? Is that like an update? Is that just Counter-Strike with like the latest release? I don't understand the 1.6. I assume it's just Counter-Strike with like the latest release of it. Okay. Well, I did say Counter-Strike 2. 1.6 kind of rounds up to 2. We'll say positive. I think Counter-Strike makes sense to be on this list. It kind of defined the competitive shooter in an aspect where it's not like a Slayer or like a quick multiplayer where you die repeatedly and fight. It's like rounds where you only have 1 life. You have to be a little bit more tactical. Kind of like Valorant too. I feel like Valorant really was inspired by Counter-Strike. All right. Left 4 Dead 2. I like this one. Should it be a little higher? I think so. I think Left 4 Dead 2 should be like a top 40. But 51 is okay. I think that's all right for the most part. All right, let's I'm take a quick step away here and we'll jump back in. Maybe before we jump to the top 50, we'll kind of look at our list again and see what still makes sense to still be on there. Not to drag this out, but kind of to drag it out. So, all right, I'll be right back. Let's look at our list here. before jumping into the top 50 and make some adjustments. I've been keeping score down here a little bit. Okay, so our top 10 that we had, I guess we'll say remake there. I don't know if that's going to be still there. These are technically all here, granted that with that caveat. Dishonored and The Sims we have. I don't think they'll do Turtles at this point. Persona's gone. I don't think Life is Strange at this point. I don't think Dying Light at this point. Tony Hawk 2 we had. I don't think Tekken or Dead Rising or Hitman probably. Inscription, Jedi, no. Until Dawn, no. We did Arkham. I don't think Vampire Survivors. Well, we'll keep that one for now. I don't think this. We've had 2 remake there. Okay. We've had that. I don't think Division. We've had Counter-Strike. We've had League. I don't think Returnal's making it. Or Demon Souls. Left 4 Dead 2 we just did. I don't think FNAF or Diddy Kong Racing or LA Noire or that or that. We did Fortnite. We did Splinter Cell. We did that. I don't think that. We'll keep that one for now. I don't think Mafia. We did San Andreas. I don't think 3 anymore. I don't think we'll do wrestling anymore either. Not Mist. Not Backyard Baseball or MLB The Show. We did Divinity. We did Borderlands. Haven't done any Mass Effect. I don't know if Astrobot came out, so we'll take that one off. We did Overwatch. Did that. I don't think Alice, although I want to write that down because I am curious to check that game out. So we'll just slide that down here. Where were we? Wow, there's so many games that we had. Oh my god. Where were we? Not that. We did Hollow Knight. I don't think either Evil Within. I don't even know if Kingdom Hearts is going to be on this list. We'll keep 2 as a potential, but I don't think so. I don't think any of these or that or that. I don't think any of those. I don't think this. Black Flag we had. We did Mortal Kombat. I don't think Far Cry or that. We did You. We did Control. I don't think Detroit. We did Uncharted 2, so just 4 left. Take that off. We did Dark Souls. We did Silent Hill 2. We haven't done any Metal Gear, so I don't think 5 will be on the list. Honestly, I'm just going to say 2 and 3. I don't think any of those Pokemons. We'll just say Pokemon Red or Blue. Do we include Doom? I guess we will. I don't think Mario Sunshine. Not Double Dash. I don't think Twilight Princess. We did that. I don't think Luigi's Mansion. No Pikmin. We've already done Smash. We've already done that. I don't think they're gonna do Star Fox 64, unfortunately. Or Mario Kart 64. We've done Final Fantasy 7. There's so many things left, though. Holy, okay. All right, of the 50, let's see. Legitimately, yes. I don't know if they're gonna like, because there's so many Zeldas we haven't done yet. We did Mega Man 3. I think 2 will probably still be on the list. Something Castlevania for sure. All right. I think this is an okay reduction of stuff. Maybe we'll do the next 25, then we get to top 25, we'll be even more critical. All right, let me switch over. Okay, top 50, here we go. Earthbound. Ooh. Never played Earthbound. Obviously, I know Ness from Smash. I'll give that one a positive. Respect for Earthbound. Yeah. Solid. Solid pick. Okay, they're trying to tease us again with these. We already have all of these on our list. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are all on our list. Diablo 2. Like that one. We included that one too. Well, we didn't include Earthbound, but we included Diablo. StarCraft. Big fan of that choice. I probably put it a little bit higher personally, but I wouldn't expect it to be higher. Left 4 Dead 2 at 51. Yeah, I think it's decent. Couple back-to-back PC games. I always am just going to think of you must construct additional pylons with this game. They were fun though. Even custom games in this and Warcraft 3 were a good time. World of Warcraft. Okay, they are hitting us with 3 straight PC like heavy hitters. I didn't have World of Warcraft in my top 10, but I think you could have argued it. Honestly, that's probably a negative. This should be top 20 for like as many people that played it and probably still play it today. But these are like the holy trinity of like PC games. Multiplayer PC games. Well, I guess Diablo, I don't know. The holy trinity of top-down PC games. But solid 3 right there. Kotar, love that pick. Okay, so we didn't have Earthbound, but 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row we did include. Excited to see the new one coming out whenever they get that one. Probably I would expect next year at the earliest, maybe even 2028. Which is weird to say that that's like 2027 is the next year now. All right, 45. New Vegas. Oh, we see the next one too. New Vegas I agree with. Never played it, but I know it's a big fan favorite. Obsidian worked on this one with Bethesda, I believe. And we also see Final Fantasy VI, which we did include. I thought after seeing 7 that maybe this would be a little bit higher. Like, this is a lot of people's favorite Final Fantasy. So, I don't know. Are we going to have any more Final Fantasies? The only thing I think you could do is 7 Remake, but we'll see. They haven't done a doubling up of a remake, so I don't know if they would actually do that. Like, we've gotten the remake of RE2, and we've gotten the original Final Fantasy VII, but I don't think we've had a game on here twice that was like the remake version. So we'll see if they're willing to do that or not. But solid pick here. Probably a little bit too low for what I expected. Pokemon Yellow. Okay. I mean, we did just cross off Yellow and have Red or Blue, but in fairness, Yellow is probably the better one because it's the one where you have like Pikachu following you around. It came out a little bit later. Like Red and Blue came out together, and then I feel like Yellow came out just after that. Yeah. Takes the best elements from Red and Blue. Since we aren't going for impact, Yellow makes more sense. It's the like upgraded, improved version of Red and Blue. You could probably argue something like Gold goes beyond that, but Yellow was cool. You actually had like Pikachu following you around in this one. So I like that pick. Metroid Prime, another good one. All right, we've had all of these since 49 on our list. Okay, I just scrolled down too far. But also Skyrim. Skyrim, did I have that? I was in our top 10. I'm going to say this is a negative. I think Skyrim should be easily top 15. You haven't played any Pokemon except for Pokemon Go. I wonder how well it holds up for people that didn't play it because it's a Game Boy game. It's what, like over 25 years old at this point. It is kind of a retro style, so I think it holds up decently, but I don't know how well. I don't know. I enjoyed those first few because once they expanded beyond the 151 Pokemon, I was a little bit out. Like, I vaguely know the other ones that came after it, but 151 is kind of my wheelhouse. All right, what do we got next? They keep giving us these little teasers. Okay, we're expecting to see all these characters. In fairness, these are on our list. So, RE4. Okay, we did have that. I'm surprised it's this low, but I'll give it a positive. I would have expected it to be like top 20. But they do keep showing us a picture, then whoever's in the picture, one of them is the next one up. So, of the people included here, that one kind of makes sense. Also, this kind of looks like, well, I'm trying to determine if this is Ocarina or Twilight Princess Link. I think that's Ocarina Link, but it looks very polished. You figure me number one? I could see top 20, I would say. Maybe even top 10. I don't think number one would make sense. I'm curious what number one's going to be, honestly. All right, next up. Shadow of the Colossus. Love it. The remake is probably the better version of it on PS4. But fun story. The PS2 one was kind of ahead of its time. I know people like hate the camera that they have to fight during some boss fights, but good story. It's kind of like similar to Primal, where you have like a silent protagonist and just you're taking in the world a bit. But good time. Makes sense being up here. You could maybe argue top 20, but I think 39 actually probably checks out. Because it doesn't play as well today, especially because we're not talking about the remake, it seems here. Yeah. Last of Us Part 2. I'm not a big fan of it, but I expect it to be here. I also expect The Last of Us Part 1 to still be on the list. But maybe not because it's talking about it here. So we'll see. We shall see. Maybe that is the only Last of Us representation. I'd be surprised, but you never know. Combat in 2, I can admit, is more polished. Yeah, this makes sense, roughly. I mean, it was Game of the Year. It, prior to Clair Obscur, I think was the leader in most Game of the Year winner or awards. Most Game Awards won for that year. Red Dead Redemption. I like this pick here. We're definitely seeing Red Dead 2. I'm still thinking Red Dead 2 is the top 10 also. But this is what, John Marston as the lead here before we switch over to Arthur Morgan. Which I'm now realizing is kind of ironically Dexter plus the Trinity Killer's names combined. Arthur Morgan. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the game journalists like heavily wanted to support this game. If it was a fan vote, I don't think this would have won. This was the same year that Ghost came out, right? I think fans wanted Tsushima to win, which we haven't seen that on this list yet. But I think the critics preferred The Last of Us 2. I think they thought it was creative, at least. Metal Gear Solid. Okay. We do have the first Metal Gear Solid. I'm going to say maybe a little bit too high. Because I still expect to see 2 and 3. Maybe 2 and 3 are on the list, though. Maybe I'm off base there. If this is the only, or even if this is only one of 2, kind of surprising. Like, I expect 2 and 3 to be higher up on the list, but we will find out. This feels like this would have been here if, like, Impact was part of the criteria. Yeah, so I've only played 5 also, which I didn't love 5. I felt like I've heard they kind of abandoned story for gameplay in 5, whereas the earlier ones were more story and less of the gameplay, which I think I would have preferred the style of the older ones. All right, what's next? Civ 4. Not one I would have expected. Honestly, I'm going to say negative. I think Civ makes sense to be on this list, but 35 feels pretty high. Like, this franchise is iconic, makes sense to be here, but this should have been like 70, I think. Metal Gear 2 was your introduction. Nice. Yeah, I expect that one to probably still be on this list. But you know, that was also on your Matthew, your Discord thing that you posted. I like Civ's inclusion on the list, but this is too high. Ocarina of Time. Uh-oh, Menace. How do you feel? It's on the list, but it's not. I mean, 34 is pretty good. Especially, I think Breath of the Wild is going to be a top 10 for them. I think you could have justified this being in the top 10 also. I think Fresh Rolls, the South Park game. I'd like the Stick of Truth. That was a fun game. I played like the first couple hours of the second one, but the first one I thought was innovative and unique at the time. Ocarina of Time is kind of a weird one for me because I agree with this statement. It's one of the greatest games ever made. Have you guys played it recently? Because I don't know how well it holds up. I know Robert, who's a friend of the channel, has been playing a version of it on stream and seems like it's still pretty good. Top 3 is Ocarina. They did say they're not doing Impact, so like, for example, I would have traditionally had Ocarina in my top 10, but because I do feel like I sway more towards like modern games, I don't have it on there because I don't know how much I'd want to play it today, as opposed to like me as a kid playing it and having a good time with it. Like, yeah, it sticks with fans forever, but I haven't played it since probably like 25 plus years ago. Also, Minecraft. I'm going to say this one's a negative for me. I'm not a Minecraft person. Yeah, we did have Civ here. Not Civ 2, but Civ 4. I'm not a Minecraft person. It's not my thing. But Minecraft has got... It's like one of the top selling games of all time. So it should be top 10. Like, it's Impact and people still play. It does all of the things. Even the stuff they took off the list, it does. Oh, yeah, we just did Civ 4. I think Civ should be on the list, but 35 is kind of high. But Minecraft's not my thing, but 33, like, I mean, the Minecraft movie, for example, people went nuts for that thing. You think it's better than Breath? I actually agree with you. Another hot take, I don't like Breath of the Wild. I'm going to try playing it again at some point. But I've tried playing Breath of the Wild a few times, and I've only gotten a few hours into it, and I just don't... It doesn't click with me. So I don't know. I don't think I love the, like, open worldness of it as much. I think I like... I mean, there is some openness to Ocarina, but it's somewhat linear. Like, even on Switch games, I prefer Link's Awakening, the 2D puzzly one, instead of Breath of the Wild. Yeah, exactly. I feel like it should be top 10. Halo. Okay. I'm going to say negative for this one. Halo should be probably, well, no, we'll say positive. Only because there should be more Halo on this list. If Halo 2 and 3 aren't on the list, then I'm taking it back. I'm going to say negative. Maybe they won't put 2. Maybe they'll just put 3 because people seem to like 3 more than 2. But, I mean, Halo is iconic. One of my favorites, for sure. Kind of worried about what they're going to do with Campaign Evolved, but see how that turns out. Half-Life. Ooh, interesting. Huh. What do you guys think about Half-Life being on here this high? I would have thought Half-Life 2, and I don't think they're going to have 2 Half-Lives in the top 31. I think I'm going to say negative because I feel like Half-Life 2 should be here, not Half-Life 1. People like 3 more than 2, not your peeps for Halo. I would probably agree. I mean, if I did a short actually ranking the Halo games, and I'll spoil that, but my top 3 in order, I think were 1, 2, 3. So I prefer 2 more than 3 also, but mainly because I played 2's multiplayer. Like Halo 2, like put Xbox Live on the map. That's kind of the reason they started like charging for like online play. It feels like there's no shot they're putting ODST. The only chance for any more Halos is 2 and 3, and I don't even think 2 is likely. I think 3 has some chance. I doubt they're going to put 2 also on it, because that would be 3 Halos in the top 32, which feels like probably a little bit more than they should do. Sword Shotties and Lockout, that was legit for sure. 2 was also fun to do. I mean, Halo 1 and 2, I did like a bunch of stuff where you'd like get outside the map and do all kinds of crazy stuff. Like 2 on was it Zanzibar that was on 2? Also super fun was like capture the flag, plant the bomb, all that kind of stuff. All right, what's 30? Final Fantasy 14. Is this the online one? Yeah, MMORPG. I don't hate that it's included here, but this being higher than 7 and 3/6 feels bad. I'm gonna say negative. This is like catering too much to the online community. I have a friend who played this pretty religiously. You have to like do your daily logins and get all the stuff, but being 30th here, I don't agree with it. Being maybe like 90th, I'd be okay with. Halo 4 is pretty fun as well. We disagree there, but I was late to the party with 4. I am more of a Bungie Halo fan than a Halo Studios fan. Do you think ODST was the best? I assume that's what you guys are saying. I didn't like it as much, but once again, I think people gravitate towards what they played first or like the longest. So 1 through 3, you're always going to be like up here compared to the rest. No. When are you saying OST? What is Halo OST? What are you saying with that? Like original soundtrack? Is that what you're saying? The original soundtrack? Is that what you're referring to? I don't know what other OST would be. If you're talking about the soundtrack was awesome. I will agree there. Probably one of the top, maybe we'll do that at some point, top soundtracks in video games. Halo on the list. Yeah, it was thematically different. They tried something unique, which I don't blame them for, but it's just not as good to me. I didn't like the Night Mombasa missions, which was like half the game. All right, top 30. Here we go. All right, they're spoiling it already. Wait, this is Combat Evolved. That's already on the list. There's Fable. I don't know what that is. Doom. Okay, we talked about Doom. I don't think Eternal is going to be on the list. This feels like the representation. Also, is this Doom 2016 or like the OG Doom? Okay, we're already seeing Tetris. Sorry about that. Which Doom is this talking about? ODC was the dark. Yeah, that was the other thing. Maybe it's because of my lighting. I feel like I couldn't see much in that like little town area. This feels like it's talking about the OG Doom. Right? Like the 93 one? I'm getting the impression this is talking about that one. So, I mean, maybe they would have 2016 or Eternal, but I kind of think this is just talking about the original and that's it. Which makes me question Games for Impact, because if you're saying like, realistically, is this more fun than Halo or Smash Ultimate or Mario Kart Deluxe 8 Deluxe, whatever it is? I don't think so. But if you're saying, does Doom have more of an impact than some of those? Yes. So I question why you included this at 29. I'm going to give that one, honestly, probably a negative. I don't think you can argue that playing one of these today, this would not be as much fun without the nostalgic like memories tied to it. Played 2016 a couple weeks ago. Music kept me on edge. Yeah, it does feel like for the time, amazing. But in 2026, is this a top 30 game? No. Like, especially because they called out in their list criteria, they were like, this isn't going for any kind of like historical sense. This is just like, if I booted this up today, what would I do? It does still have a bit of that retro-y, so it probably holds up okay, but it's definitely not as fun as some of the other ones. Also kind of surprised Tetris. Oh, I'm scrolling down too far. Tetris, we did say we're not doing nostalgia or like impact, but I had Tetris in the top 10. So I'm gonna say negative, but also they claim to not be going for impact. Does it say anything about that on here? No. Obviously it holds up, but I feel like this is more of a historical inclusion, which is why I would have thought top 10 before they told us they weren't doing that. But 28 feels pretty low. It is addicting. I mean, you can also play it on like anything, and it's not like something that looks bad today. I never played it, but I heard Tetris 99, I think it was pretty good. What was also, is that one called the Tetris Effect? The like VR one? Tetris Effect? Yeah, I think both of those were pretty well received. This was like a battle royale, wasn't it? Tetris 99. They turned it into like a competitive game, which is kind of cool because I mean Tetris does have a competitive scene. I definitely never like maximized points. I just tried to not die, pretty much. Was a master on Game Boy Original. She'd have guess how much she got good. That's fair. If you want to devote a lot of time, you could do that. We do also have Metal Gear Solid. All right, let's try not to scroll down too far. Oh, I just did. I saw the next one. Metal Gear Solid 3. Makes sense. I'll give a positive there. I've talked about it. Metal Gear's not my franchise. But 1 through 3, I expected to be here. We've seen 1 and 3. Do we still see 2? Maybe. They also just remade this one, right? On current gens. But we also saw this. Half-Life Alyx. Interesting choice here. This is the VR one, isn't it? Half-Life Alyx, like the one that came out a few years ago. Kind of surprised they included it here. Yeah, 2020. What's the reasoning? Let's try not to scroll too far. Is it just doing it because it's like the best VR game? That feels like going for impact, which they said they weren't doing. So for that reason, I'm giving it a negative because you're kind of contradicting your own criteria. Yeah, you would think a positive on 3. Yeah, 3 makes sense being here. You would think 2 is probably still to come also. But this, I could see it if we're going for impact, but we said we weren't. I mean, it is a recent game, so probably it's pretty fun to play, but even though it's like the best of VR, is the best VR better than Smash Ultimate? Is it better than Halo? I don't think it is. So, we'll see. Honestly, when I think of VR these days, I still think of like the old arcades where you put your like that helmet thing on and you like rotate around and shoot stuff on the beach. All right, top 25. Let's reevaluate. What's our list looking like here? Okay, well, Minecraft was axed. Tetris was axed. Don't love that. What else is on here? There's no way Alien Isolation. There's no way Outlast. We had that. I don't think there's any way Bully or Max Payne are still on this. Probably not Link's Awakening. We had Diablo 2. Maybe a Sly Cooper. I don't think any of those. There's no way you have Pong if we're not doing Impact. We had Resident Evil 4. We still have so many things that could be on here. Did we do Skyrim? I saw a picture of Skyrim. I don't remember if... I need to go back. Do we have Skyrim on here? 26. Let's make sure it's not. I don't remember seeing it, but I remember. Oh, yeah, it was 41. Okay. So that's also off our top 10. Top 10's not looking great right now. Take that off. We had Fallout New Vegas. I don't think 4 is going to be on the list anymore. We had Half-Life. We had Minecraft. Guitar Hero's not going to make it. Shadow Mordor, no. We had Kotar. Halo 3 is the only one that has a chance left. Not that, not that, not that. We had that, we had that. I don't think we're doing any sports games. I feel pretty confident. I mean, we had Tony Hawk and a couple other things that were like sports adjacent, but... All right, Kingdom Hearts, no. We had Red Dead 1, so we still have 2 as an option. I don't think Bastion probably... I'm probably going to take Dead Cells off now. Taking off Crash. Taking off Battlefront also. We did Last of Us 2. There's so many games. There's no shot. I think we're taking off all the Dooms. Pokemon. We had Mario Kart already. We had Metroid Prime. No Wind Waker. We had Ocarina. I don't think we're getting Majora's. We did Final Fantasy 3. We did Tetris. Skyrim, I put in 900 hours in one playthrough. Yeah, that was the game though. I was surprised I actually beat Skyrim. I feel like most people just like never finished it because it was so much to do if you just chose not to do the main quests. You found all the masks without going online. Yeah, I didn't do 100% completion. I beat the main game, but I definitely left stuff out there. Okay, somehow we have to get down to like 25 with this. Problem is I'm gonna say since we're not doing Impact, we're taking off the OG Legend of Zelda. Maybe taking off Castlevania 1. And we leave those 2 as options. Take off Link to the... Oh, man. Are you not gonna have a Donkey Kong Country? That feels wild. I don't know what else to take off of this, honestly. Should we take off Cyberpunk? I don't know. That one's just hard too. Man. I think Sekiro unfortunately comes off. I wouldn't, but I don't expect to see it. I'm not sure in The Last of Us 1. They kind of left that open-ended. Probably no more Alan Wake 2. I don't even know if Street Fighter 2, if I'd expect or not. Death Stranding, I think, comes off. Dead Space, I think, comes off. I think It Takes Two probably comes off. I don't really want to, but... Do we have another racing game? Like a realistic one? We'll just say Portal 2. Half-Life 2, we already had. I don't think Oblivion. All right, there's not this many God of Wars. We're just gonna leave those 2, I think. I'll take that off. Take that off. Okay, I think directionally this is closer. Oh yeah, is Mortal Kombat still on here? I thought I took it off. Maybe I didn't though. Thought I did the previous time. Yeah, I thought it was like right here. It was a waste of time, the masks. Sometimes that's... I mean, I know when we played The Witcher 3, my wife was really into like getting all the question marks, which also probably viewed as a waste of time to some people. All right, let's jump into the top 25. Then we'll maybe revisit again before the top 10. Top 25. I know I mentioned earlier there's probably stuff we forgot about, but I would kind of be surprised if there's something that's still on here that we haven't talked about, but we'll see. God of War. Oh, I mean, I did technically just take... Which one is this? Reinventing a franchise had similarly run cold. Okay, this is 2018. Pretty sure. We really wish it said here, but it says reinvigorating and reinventing a franchise that had seemingly run cold. So I'm assuming this is 2018. Yeah. Story of Kratos and Atreus. Okay. Nice. I like that pick. You could argue top 10. Is Ragnarok going to be on here too? That's kind of the question. Honestly, I would probably put it a little bit higher. I'll say kind of negative with that one. I expect the 9 masks would combine. You would get the attributes from all. You get poison resistance, a water breathing mask. Yeah, that'd be cool if you like combine them all and like got the ultimate power. I thought this would probably be a little bit higher, unless Ragnarok is the higher choice. If they're going for like the more modern version. You preferred Ragnarok? I never finished. I started Ragnarok, but then my PS Plus expired and I was like, all right, I'm good. But 2018 was solid. Chrono Trigger. Ooh. I had the one in my top 10. So I'm going to say negative. So not a franchise I really got into, but it does have, as it points out, Akira Toriyama did the artwork, and it's like a Final Fantasy game, so it's beloved by so many people. I would have expected top 10. Maybe a game I should probably jump into at some point. Widely regarded as the greatest RPG of all time, but it's number 24. Like, what are you doing, IGN? How do you have that statement, but then have it 24th? I don't understand. All right, let's keep going. Portal. Well, I did just say Portal 2 would have been the answer, but I guess the OG Portal, unless we're doing Portal 2 also, I'll say positive for just having Portal here. Would surprise me if you didn't have 2 though, because I feel like people like 2 more than 1. Ragnarok was fun. I couldn't beat the final Dead King, but I beat the last Valkyrie. It took 6 hours retrying. Yeah, I didn't do the Valkyrie stuff in 2018. I just did the main story and I did a few of the Valkyries, but not like, I didn't go for all the trophies in that game. I still debate playing this on stream at some point for the first time. But makes sense it's here. Iconic game from Valve. So, I respect this one. Street Fighter 2. I'll give that one a positive. We kept that one on our list too. This is probably the highest fighting game on the list, right? Yeah, the definitive fighting game. This is, in my opinion, probably the highest one that we're going to get. So I like this choice. Makes sense. You could argue maybe top 20, but 22 seems okay to me. All right, what's next? Super Mario Bros. I also like this one. Super Mario Bros. 3 should be a top 10, but the first one is still great. You could argue having it be lower since we're not doing Impact, supposedly, but still. You like where Street Fighter's at? Yeah, I think so too. Tekken 4 was your go-to? I'm not a huge fighting game fan, but Street Fighter 2 was good. I feel like I mostly played Tekken at arcades. That had I played with the, was his name King? Like the Jaguar looking dude. All right, this is gonna spoil our top 10. I feel like I'm trying not to look at this, but Undertale. Okay, we have it right here. Ooh, God, this is spoiling too much. But we have, is this from Portal also? So is Portal 2 here? And this is Halo 2. This is Big Daddy, BioShock, Breath of the Wild, Half-Life 2, and Bloodborne. I don't like seeing these pictures. It spoils a little too much, but Undertale, I agree with. Makes sense. Pretty fun indie game. A lot of tongue-in-cheek comedy there. Streets of Rage, would you go to? Is Streets of Rage more of a beat 'em up? I'm trying to remember also. I think that's more of a beat 'em up game. Bloodborne. I personally, this is my favorite game of all time, but 19th I can respect. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's incredible. Once again, I am wearing, you can't see it right now, but I am wearing a Bloodborne shirt. Wish Until Dawn was here. Yeah, I don't think it's happening since we're at this point. If we were like in the 80s, I would have said Until Dawn maybe, but we're getting down to the final bit here. BioShock. Okay. It's weird that, is that really how it's I guess I'm used to seeing everything capitalized. I'm like not used to seeing just the S capitalized. I like this pick too. This one makes sense. Top 20. It at least currently is a top 10 game for me. But I don't love the combat as much. Story, amazing. World, amazing. Some of the stuff with like your powers and like stuff, it's fine to me, but the story is enough. It was an 80 pick. Yeah, that's where I would put Until Dawn. What's next up? The Last of Us. Okay. Another positive I'll give. Kind of same situation as BioShock, where it's like great game, probably not top 10 worthy, but top 20 works. You got bored with BioShock? Yeah, that's kind of where I mentioned. I think it's the combat that really can take you out of it if you don't like grind through it. Like the gameplay could be improved, which is why I would debate BioShock Infinite. They're kind of neck and neck. It's also a great story, but the combat is more like a Call of Duty. It's a little bit more improved. So if you've never played Infinite, I would say maybe worth checking out. Last of Us makes sense though being here. Higher than 2, I can agree with. The Witcher 3, ooh. I didn't put this on the top 10, but given our limited options, I probably would have put it there. It is on my own personal top 10, but I'll give that one a positive. 16th. Maybe would have liked to see it a little bit higher, but same with that. Yeah, I will say I'm not as big on The Last of Us as a lot of people are. I liked it my first time playing it, but my favorite part of the game is the opening, when like all hell is breaking loose in like Austin or whatever. But the gameplay is a little bit hit or miss, where it's like, oh, grab the ladder, put it up so you can bring your friend up. Witcher top 1 for you? Yeah, I think my most recent I had Witcher 3 as my second favorite game. What was it? Bloodborne, Witcher 3, Halo Combat Evolved, Slay the Spire. I don't come after that. Elden Ring, maybe? Hades, one of those. Last of Us, number 1 for you. Witcher would be number 2. Fair enough. All right, what's next up? What's up, Brian? How's it going? We're getting down to the wire. We're doing our top 100. Kind of a new idea for the channel, but evaluating somebody else's list. This one being IGN's. Oh, I picked up Stardew Valley. I didn't wind up grabbing it in time, but I'll keep an eye on that one. Maybe I don't know if you are on Discord at all, but you can definitely join the Discord and it'll go on sale, I imagine, again here soon. But I'm open to grabbing it, because to your point, it's a multiplayer one. I'm down to play some stuff with you if you want. I will say Last of Us 2 while I hated Joel's Fate. Yeah. The gameplay of Last of Us 2 better than 1. That I don't think can be really denied. Story, that's more subjective. I like 1 more than 2 story-wise, but gameplay, 2 is certainly better. I mean, you can go like punch people with Abby. Okay, yeah, I'm down to... I said I'll keep an eye on when it goes on sale next. I know that's kind of a game... I feel like it's a game you have to really devote a lot of time to, though, don't you? I'm down to at least check out playing it with you. If not that, something else too. Oh, let me grab the... I don't think I have like no command set up. Let me grab a link. It's on my page too. If you want to check there, or I can... Let me pull it up here so you guys... If anyone else wants to hop in as well. This is not what I meant to do. Let me go over here. Discord. Where do I grab the link? Let's see. Invite to server. This should work. Oh, this expires in 7 days, but I'm just going to put it in chat. It should be fine to throw in there. That should do it. So, kind of a small community in there, but obviously easy way to link up for games and stuff. All right, maybe I'll pin that message too if anyone hops in and is interested in joining Discord. I'm still fresh to it, but I realize playing PC games is kind of a big thing. All right. Stardew Valley is a get what you give kind of game. That would make sense, yeah. The amount you want to put into it is probably what you get out of it. Witcher 3, the only upgrades for my weapon slots first playthrough. No orbalism or spells. A lot of parrying and rolling was involved. Yeah, I love Witcher 3. You're in? All right, cool. I think I heard the noise too. But I know the combat gets kind of ripped on. I've heard a lot of people say it was rough at launch, but I bought it at launch and I thought it was great. Like this and Skyrim probably were my most favorite RPG experiences. There's just so much to do. Even something as small as like Gwent, like you have an amazing card game in your massively amazing RPG. The biggest positive I'll say about The Witcher 3, I think in open world RPGs, a lot of times you have these side quests that are very tedious and irrelevant to the main story and aren't fun. Like you go on a fetch quest. I'm thinking of something like Horizon, where you go on a fetch quest for this NPC who has this like lifeless emotion. Witcher 3, the side quests were great. Like even the stuff, like you would do stuff for like Triss, for example, and then she would get interwoven into the main story. Love the game. I will say I've heard rumors about potentially some like DLC coming out this year, so we'll see if that winds up happening. Is good, yeah. It goes on sale for like super cheap now too. It was like $4 or something without the DLC. I played a little bit of the DLCs because I originally had the game on Xbox One, sold my console, and then I bought the game digitally on PlayStation with the DLC. And I had a good time with kind of going back through it. Bad with Discord, I'm on PS4. Yeah, I don't if I didn't jump to PC, I honestly was kind of like anti-Discord because I feel like I question some of their privacy stuff, but it's been fine so far. Witcher 3, yeah, I didn't play Witcher 1 and 2. So you were talking, was it Menace? Was you talking earlier about being a poser for Fallout? I guess you could say I'm kind of that for Witcher. I read the books though, so does that count for anything? I only watched the first episode of the show because I didn't really love it, but your top 5 Super Mario RPG, Final Fantasy Tactics, Baldur's Gate 3, Metal Gear Solid, and Dragon Ball FighterZ. Pretty diverse list. What do you think is going to be IGN's top, I guess, too? Of those 5, I would say Baldur's Gate 3 has a good chance of being in the top 10. Honestly, I could see Baldur's Gate 3 being like number 1. The other ones, maybe Metal Gear 2 still. The DLCs are worth it. Yeah, I enjoyed them. You get high on shrooms from Roach Talks. I don't think I got to that part. That's hilarious. That's awesome. Yeah, I think Baldur's Gate 3 we're still going to see. Let's jump down. Halo 2. I mean, we saw it in the picture with like the 2 SMGs. So once I saw that, I was like, okay. But I expected to see 3 prior to that. I'm going to say positive. Are we still going to see 3 or is it just Halo 2? Not sure. But I respect it being here. I'm glad it's here. Metal Gear Solid peaked at Peace Walker Ground Zeroes, then plateaued at 5. Yeah, I included Metal Gear for like realizing it's a great franchise, but I've only played 5, so, and I didn't really like it, so take that with as you will. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3, I've never played it. I also want to grab it at some point, but I also know it's not for everybody. That's another one that I imagine is more fun with friends too. So probably requires a group. Yeah, Halo 2 definitely a positive being here. Love that choice. 5 is shred. I didn't like 5 either. I just feel like there wasn't much story, which was the point. It's like a sandbox, do what you want. Approach missions however you want to choose to. I also didn't have the nostalgia of the franchise, so there is that. So in fairness, I was a new entry to that franchise. All right, what's 14? All right, stop showing these pictures. I don't want to see these anymore. Also, FIFA better not be on here. If you have FIFA in the top 15, we're those are gonna be fighting words. Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Okay, this will probably be the Castlevania inclusion. I don't know if they'll still have 3, but we did have that on there. We'll say positive. Another franchise I didn't really get into, but I know it's super well loved. In Peace Walker, you have the base building mechanic with recruiting like in 5. That was the other thing in 5. I didn't really maximize doing the like take somebody out with like the parachute thing and like set up stuff at your base camp. It's not the same base. This base gets burned down at the end of ground zero. Then you pick up at 5. Okay, that's it. Yeah, you probably have more investment in 5 if you weren't just brand new to 5. Like I jumped into 5 with like the opening where you're in the hospital and pretty cool set piece with that. But then after that, you're kind of just out into the desert. Ocarina, yeah, we had Ocarina. Honestly, where was it? Well, we're at 14 now. Ocarina was like up at like 30 something. Yeah, 34. I think Breath of the Wild is going to be top 10, but Ocarina has already been. I think Breath of the Wild, maybe Tears, but I think those are the only 2 chances of Zelda left. I did buy Metal Gear, Snake Eater, and Deltarune on PS5. Yeah, imagine it's a good time. I think people had good feedback about the remake. Peace Walker and 5 were just Pokemon military theme. Interesting way to think about it, yeah. You just captured everyone. I think I tried that too. I remember trying to like send up some crates and like it did not go up. Like the thing was too heavy. I feel like everybody recruited was like a D or worse also. All right, let's go. Let's see. We saw this one. Hades, love it. Positive feedback for me on that one. Probably would be top 10 for me, but honestly, 13th, pretty damn good. I will remind people too, this list is dated from halfway through 24. So Hades 2, for example, not on this list. Clair Obscur, not on this list, stuff like that. You get Portals eventually, huh? Yeah, I probably was out by that point. Shape of Dreams. I think I wrote that one down last time. I think I put that on my wish list. I think you mentioned that before. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I had never really heard of it, but I thought referred to it previously. Yeah, I have it on my wish list now. I'll keep an eye on that one. It came out this last year in September. Yeah, multiplayer Hades sounds great. You never seen Hades? Let me pull it up. I've kind of stopped doing that for these. Maybe I should go back, but I think most people know these. Let's see, gameplay. I played 2 on the channel to completion. I mean, I did some offline, but it's kind of hard visuals here. But it's pretty much a top-down roguelike. I want to say hack and slash, but not entirely. It really depends on your weapon. You fight like waves of enemies. You try to get farther, like in any kind of roguelike. And great voice acting, great story, great gameplay, just solid in all fronts. And the second one, all the same, but probably even better. Super fun. I was a little bit late on it because it was a Switch and PC only at first, so I eventually played it on PlayStation. But then obviously played 2 on PC. Yeah, it's a great time. I would say if you're into roguelikes at all, it's definitely worth checking out. Both 1 and 2, I would say, really great. Here we go. Yeah, here's some actual gameplay. It looks chaotic, which it is, but at least like when you're playing it feels like you're in more control. But it's a good time. Oh, I'm kind of covering that a little bit, but you can mostly see it. But yeah, that's Hades. Symphony of the Night, let's look at that. I assume this may be it's either 3 could be still to come, but I assume this is probably the highest one for this one. Also, we had Halo, The Witcher 2. You guys think we're getting Halo 3 still? So we've had Halo 1 and 2. Which, those 2 I like more than 3, but I thought most people would pick 3 as the best. So we'll see. The max, yeah, true. Yeah, there's a lot of lore behind it with the gods and stuff. I would definitely check it out. For sure. I mean, you can watch like some gameplay beforehand, but honestly, I think if I just watch gameplay, I probably don't know if I would have jumped into it. I feel like you have to kind of play it yourself to truly experience it. I don't think Halo 3 is number 1, but I do think it could still be to come. GTA 5, wow. I thought this was a sure top 10. I mean, it's not in my top 10, but I would have thought this is a guaranteed top 10 from IGN. Do I view this as a positive? I'll say positive, but I would have thought definite top 10. Kind of wild. We haven't seen from the GTA side. We're not going to see 3, I don't think, but we haven't seen it. And we haven't seen Vice City. Do we think Vice City is above 5? We've had San Andreas and now 5. Would they put Vice City above 5? I don't think they would, but maybe. I don't know. Let's see what 11 is. Mario Brothers 3. This was a top 10 for me too. Okay, our top 10 list is dwindling. We are running out of stuff in the top 10. I like it this high, but I think it should be higher. Like Super Mario Brothers 3 is a top 10 for me. I think it's gotta be, but it's not apparently. Vice City was your favorite. GTA 5 released. I was so disappointed. Really? I feel like people didn't love 4 as much. Was that the one with Nico? I just think of like the trailer for that one. It was like, Nico, my cousin. I mean, 5 is like the Skyrim of Grand Theft Autos. It's been on like every console. You could probably play it on a fridge at this point. Like, they have milked that franchise dry, especially with the online stuff. Yeah, I feel like I'm surprised these two are not top 10. Granted, they're just right outside of it, so. But yeah, Super Mario Brothers 3. I had that on my top Mount Rushmore of NES games. Awesome time. Still love that cover too. I mean, this is the best. We haven't had Mario World, actually. That's probably going to be... I'm going to write that down. All right. But yeah, great game. Great co-op game too. I mean, you kind of play one at a time, but you can play 2 players. It's very small, but this kind of like map looking thing. This is the first world here. Yeah, there's Luigi. Fun time. It really took the first game and pushed it even further. 3 is your favorite stylistically and had the cartoon tie-in. I don't know if I kind of remember the cartoon. These dudes. I vaguely remember Mario cartoon. Mario World is your favorite? I think we're going to see it on the list still. I think we're going to still see it on the list. I'm going to take one final step away before we jump into the top 10, but let me know what you guys think is in the top 10. And then I'll kind of consolidate that and we'll look at the top 10 real quick. All right, be right back. Appreciate the patience. Let's recap where we're at with this. Okay. I don't think there's any Ninja Gaiden, Nier Automata, Ghost of Tsushima, Twisted Metal, Horizon. We already had BioShock. Kind of wild. I don't think there's going to be a Gears. Take that out. We had 2018. I don't think Cuphead, also kind of surprising. But they have a Sonic game. We didn't have a Sonic game in the entire top 100. I don't think any Gran Turismos. Vice City is the only chance left there. I don't think Dragon Age. I think we had Undertale already. I'm pretty sure. Celeste, Hades, we already had. We had The Last of Us. We had that. Okay. Already had you. Why do I have 3? I meant to write 2 there. I don't think Wii Sports at this point. I don't think. Probably even. There's not a single Donkey Kong outside of the arcade on this list. That seems pretty wild. But I don't think Tropical Freeze makes it here either. We've had those. We've had Super Mario Brothers 1 and 3. All right, let's assess here. So top 10. What do we think the top 10 is going to be? We had New Vegas already for Fallout. I don't think we're getting any more Fallout. Mario Kart was your second favorite. Yeah, the balloon battles. That was fun. Like the combat version of Mario Kart. Yeah, so I think Half-Life 2. I wasn't sure because we've surprisingly had the OG Half-Life and Alex in the top like 30 or something. Originally, I thought it was just going to be Half-Life 2. But they included 1 and Alex. It feels like it'd be weird not to have 2 higher than that. We also, not to meta game this too much, we saw a picture of the character from that earlier. So the top 10, I'm thinking, all right, Breath of the Wild, Red Dead 2. I don't think Final Fantasy 7 is making it at this point. Baldur's Gate 3, Super Mario World. We had the second one. Should the first one be on here, or are they just going to use the second one? Not sure. What else do we think from that list up top? I feel like Metal Gear 2, right? Be weird to have 1 and 3 without 2. Elden Ring feels like a slam dunk. Mario Kart 64. I don't think they're going to. They gave us Mario Kart 8 like up a while ago, like up in like the 80s or something crazy. So I don't think there's gonna be any more Mario Karts. All right, let's take off the stuff that we have already down there. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Try to get a list of like roughly 10 that we think will be. We haven't seen Mega Man 2. We have seen Mega Man 3. Are they gonna have 3 without 2? Not sure. Which editor's list? I can check. Let me see. Let me scroll. We got to do a bit of scrolling, I think. This was IGN staff. It's all of them. I think it is a conglomerated like effort because they mentioned earlier when we had Miss Pac-Man, they're like, the staff really loved having the arcade machine. Yeah, we had, not to make you guys sick, Mario Kart 8 like way up here. Also, Smash being 76 was wild. Dark Souls was there. Where was Mario Kart? Did we pass it already? Maybe it was down here further. Yeah, 72. 72 and 76 for Smash and Mario Kart. All right, let's scroll back down to where we were. So it seems to be like a group effort for the list of some kind. I don't know who combined everybody's thoughts. Mario Kart, right? I thought I mentioned earlier 64 or 8 are the two. I mean, 8's like the more complete package, but 64. They weirdly said they're not going for like impact or nostalgia. They're going for like if you played it today, but some of these they included. I'm like, you're telling me Doom 93 you'd have higher than Smash Ultimate if you're not going for impact? Okay. Any Tomb Raiders? We had Rise of the Tomb Raider, which that was the one I thought if we had one would probably make sense. You don't think Mass Effect 2 should be in there? I don't know. It's weird not to have any Mass Effect, but I think that probably comes off. Huh. I would be surprised if nothing on this list right now is in the top 10, but who knows? It's IGN. Warhammer? I think top 100 would have made sense. I don't think anything in the top 100 would make sense for Warhammer. Okay, let's kind of go one by one. Mega Man 2, it's tough because they had 3, so why would you... Isn't 2 more favored than 3? We'll take off Castlevania 3. We have Symphony of the Night. I think Super Metroid's got to be on there, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. It feels so weird to say that I don't know if Mario 64 makes the list. We have to have one of these Mario games. At least one, maybe even 2. Just because they were paid half their staff was in the game. Oh, interesting. You think there's some influence with that one then? Could be. If so, maybe we can question it. We were trying to decide at the very end. Does the list live or does it die? So we'll see. Rocket League at this point, I don't know if Rocket League is a... Well... Also Sonic. I think we'll take out Sonic. We had God of War 2018 like 20 spots ago. Do we think Ragnarok makes it to the top 10? Also, I'm kind of thinking no Resident Evils make it any further. I know for this audience, maybe not great to hear. We had 2 remake and 4 were the 2 on the list. 4 was at like 40 and 2 remake was like even higher than that. Yeah, we had 2 remakes. I don't think that they're going to put 2 also on here. We haven't done a double dip. Like I wasn't sure if they would do Final Fantasy 7 then 7 remake, but yeah, it was let's see if I can grab it. It was a while ago, honestly. It was just like, as I said, 4 was at 40 and 2 was even lower than that. Yeah, there. Where is 2? I think it was in like the 60s, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's Rise. Was it even higher than that? Did I pass it? Maybe I passed it. Oh no, 84. Pretty low. You predict Red Dead Redemption 2 will be number 1. I think it's top 10. I don't think it'll be number 1. I guess we can kind of guess. Maybe I can try to pick the order. That could be kind of fun. Making an extra challenge. Let me go down here without... I'm afraid of the picture being before 10 and then showing like everything, so I want to commit to our stuff beforehand. I think Baldur's Gate 3 is going to be number 1, to be honest. I feel like they're going to use recency bias a little bit. I think Breath of the Wild, maybe at 2. Maybe Red Dead after that. Breath of the Wild, I think, is number 1. I think it's a solid guess too. Yeah, IGN does love Breath of the Wild a lot, it feels like. 1 or 2, I think, makes sense. Do we think Tears of the Kingdom is just left off? Or would they do Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild? Or would they just go with Tears? I feel like it'd be wild if they just went Tears and didn't do Breath, but it's not impossible. To your point, though, I could see Zelda being number 1. It's definitely between those, in my opinion, at least. All right, let's clear up some of this. 4 Elden Ring, maybe? That may be a little bit too high. 5, I don't know, Super Mario World. 6, Half-Life 2. Maybe 7. MGS2, 8, Super Metroid, something like that. They haven't done Link to the Past. I had removed that one because it felt like I would be surprised if that was higher than Ocarina, but who knows? That is like the go-to SNES game, so to your point, it could be on the list still. Maybe Sonic, maybe. What do we think about the rest of this list here? I guess we'll take you off. We have also done Super Mario World 2. So they're going to give us the first game. I feel like 2 is probably the better game at first. The first one came first, so I don't know. All right, there is a Mario game on here. Honestly, I kind of want to say like both of them. We also haven't had Uncharted 4 though. Like they gave us Uncharted 2, but they haven't given us 4 yet. Far Cry 5 blew your mind. Yeah, have we had a Far Cry on here? I know we talked about having maybe 2 or 3, but I don't remember if we saw one. I don't think Spider-Man's, well, shit, I don't know. This is tough. I think this is kind of directionally what we're thinking. Think they love Link to the Past? Also, how's it going, Troy? It could be. The problem is there's just so few spots. Like, we have to have a 3D Mario, right? And Odyssey's probably, but then people love Galaxy 2. Maybe Metal Gear 2's not on the list. Maybe Super Metroid's not on the list, but it's Metroidvania. Come on, it's like the... I also, not to metagame, I thought we saw a picture of like the Half-Life dude after we had already seen Alex. Maybe we take off Super Mario World? I don't know. This is, I don't know. Star Wars Old Republic. We had KOTOR earlier. The first KOTOR we had. This is so hard to decide. I think Rocket League goes off. I'm going to take off. Oh, that was not what I meant to do. Oh, well, I saw some on the list. I'm going to take off those. I did see some in the back end of the list, though. I know somewhere on the list was that. I saw that somewhere. Well, unfortunate, but I know it's on the back end at least. I'm taking off Spider-Man. I think we'll take off Cyberpunk. Take off Tears. The top 3 make you throw your phone. Maybe. No, Vice City feels weird, but I still think 5 would have been their highest. We'll take off Mass Effect. I kind of forgot about Disco Elysium, but I did see it pop up down there, so it's definitely on the list. Maybe that plus one of these Mario games. Mario Odyssey. I think people love 2 though, like Galaxy 2. That, I don't know if it was 9th, but it was somewhere up there. I think Halo 3 is not going to be on the list anymore. Something like that. Directionally, I think we had somewhere. Let's take a look since I did already kind of jump into it. Top 10. Here we go. Disco Elysium. Oh, wait, that was number 10. I think that's a fair spot for it. I'll say positive. I mentioned Breath of the Wild. I've tried to play a bunch before. Disco Elysium's another one. I've heard it's great. I've tried playing it like 5 separate times and just can't get into it. I know it's a very like text dense game. It's supposed to be like an amazing story. Like I know even at the Game Awards, I think it won Best Narrative and Best Indie when it came out. You pretty much play as this cop. And yeah, this is like the style. It's also for fans who like kind of D&D type things where you're rolling for chance for stuff. Like you'll get in a dialogue with somebody and you'll roll for a chance of something to happen. This is kind of a good look at it too. It's a top down. You have like stats to make it more or less likely stuff will happen. I like the art style. WTF is that? I actually think this makes sense. I don't know why I didn't think of it. When I was thinking of indies, I probably should have thought of it. I would not pick it because I didn't like it, but I've wanted to like it a bunch. You pretty much, it's kind of a bit of point and click and interact with stuff. But I actually watched, there's a pretty cool documentary that somebody did on YouTube that talks about the development of this game. And I think the original, there's a lot of opinions on it, but the original creators, I think the company is called like ZA/UM. Yeah, these guys. And the original people who made the game no longer have the rights to the game. It's like the actual company owns it now, so the people that made it technically don't own it anymore. It's pretty fascinating going through like the story there. But despite it not being a game for me, I see why it's here. Mist should have been. That was one I wrote down earlier. I think that's one that probably has more like impact over time. So that part I get. All right, Disco, we didn't get that one. I mean, we wrote it down, but I saw it. That's why I wrote it down. So it kind of slipped our minds there. But I think it earns a spot. Top 10 is surprising. Top 20 makes sense, I think. 10 is kind of elite status. All right, what's next? Half-Life 2. Okay. I did have that on the list, so that one makes sense. I'm more surprised Half-Life Alyx was on the list. And Half-Life 1 was at like 30th, I think. Yeah, Alyx was 26. Seemed way too high. I know it's a VR like representation there. And then Half-Life was at 31. So top 31 games, you have 3 Half-Life games. Or for clicks, needs the masses. I do expect to see more Mario and Zelda. Half-Life 2, I'm not mad at though. I'm more mad that probably 1 and Alyx are as high as they were. Never played it. They're a little bit aged now. I mentioned earlier, people are like clamoring for the third one. It's like a running joke at this point. But very old school Valve game. Kind of was defining for like the third person shooter. A little bit dated probably at this point, but it was kind of creepy too. I didn't like own it myself. I played it with like a friend before on computer. I think it being top 10, I probably think it's more of like a top 20 once again, but I can understand it being here. All right, what's up next? Red Dead 2. I had that at number 3. We have it at top 10, so overall I agree with the choice, but top 10 makes sense. Is this gonna be the highest Rockstar game on the list? We'll see. We shall see. So what's next? I had a great time with this one. I know a lot of people also didn't finish it. I did wind up doing so, but I probably didn't do all like the other stuff you could do in the world. Positive, yeah, I agree there. Mario 64. Wow. Ooh. I wanted this one to be up here, but I also stand by that I think Odyssey is probably higher, and I would have thought Galaxy 2 would have been higher. Here's the part that has me, I'm honestly going to give this one a negative, strictly because of the fact that at the very beginning they said, we're not going for like the impact on gaming and stuff like that. Groundbreaking 3D world. That to me like screams this is here for its impact, which it should be. But at the top of the list, they said they weren't doing that. They were saying, playing it today, how does it hold up? And the camera's kind of annoying at times. I think Odyssey today is a better version. Maybe they'll still be on the list. We'll see. Right? I mean, I think this is a top tier 64 game, but I just think a lot of the 64 games aren't as great as modern games. Since we're not doing impact, we're doing Like at the top of the list, I'll go there. They claim, while past versions of the list have put emphasis on the game's impact and influence, we've taken that out, and they're pretty much all fun to play right now. I feel like Mario 64 makes sense as an impact and is fun, but is it a top 10 playing right now? I would debate that. I think there's better 3D Marios to play today. Now, if you said we were going for nostalgia, then you'd have my buy-in. But at the top, they said we're not doing that. Super Mario 64 3DS. Do they have a 3DS one? Is it still called 64? Feels weird that it's called 64 then. Is it just like a port to the handheld? I wouldn't play now, but Smash, yes. Yeah. I assume this is just like a port to the handheld then. I did mention earlier too, they had the... I assume they're not including collections. They didn't really discuss that, but they had the whole like Nintendo Switch Mario 64 collection thing. Yeah, this thing that came with 64, Sunshine, and Galaxy. All right, take care, Brian. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you jumping in, and welcome to the Discord. Hopefully we can connect on there too. Upres? Okay. Yeah, I mean, for me, this is probably the 3D Mario I liked the most, but I wouldn't say if I'm judging it in today's standards, it's the best. Because this is one I played the most too. Like, I know that castle pretty well at this point. The first level with going up to fight the bomb at the top. Yeah, this level. But it's still not the best. If they included collections too, I mentioned this one earlier. This is like the best collection game ever. But I don't think we're really doing collection games in this. All right. Anyway. 64, what's next? Mass Effect 2. Is this Skilly what you said where they... You'd be mad if they... I did wipe it off, so I wanted it to be on the list, but number 6? Come on. Mass Effect 2 is like a 40, I feel like, type of game. Did I ever play Crimson Land? I did not. Title screen is Doom ripoff. Hey, Chris. That's a good collection. The All-Stars or the Switch one? Either way, both of them are probably great, but All-Stars was awesome. That's funny that you mentioned that the IGN people will be influenced by this, by having that on there. I'm doubting they mentioned that in their description anywhere, but as mentioned, I think this one's a negative. Mass Effect 2 being on the list, sure. Top 10? No. Never played it. No bias, my ass. Yeah, I don't think I can get behind that being top 10. I think I'm going to weigh the top 10 even a little bit harsher than the whole list for sure. Yeah, it feels like somewhere in like the 80s maybe too. Somewhere in that like 40 to 80 range. Makes sense. Like, this is better than Smash Ultimate? No. All right, top 5. What are we at now? Let's reconvene a little bit before we jump into top 5 at this point, since we have that one out of the way. Let's cross off some of the stuff that we had on here. We haven't seen these two. Haven't seen Elden Ring. I don't think Super Mario World's happening anymore. I don't think those are happening. Wait, I took off too many. That already happened. I'm kind of thinking like Portal 2 at 5. Elden Ring at 4. Well, actually, maybe Portal 2 at 3. What's going to be at 5, though? Something like that, or like Odyssey. Kind of like there. I don't have number 1. Maybe with these writers, it could be. I'd say Portal's on. Yeah, I mean, Portal 1 was on here, and they did all 3 Half-Lives. Portal 2, I think, is typically viewed as being the better upgraded version. I think World being ahead of Mario 3 is more commonly thought of too. But they gave us Super Mario World 2, so I don't know. I think directionally this is what I'm thinking. All right, let's jump back over. Top 5. Let's see what we got. You put there. Yeah, I mean, if you like, I mean, obviously I mentioned earlier, like Bloodborne's my favorite. It'd be a top 10 for me, but I get that it's like 19th or wherever they had it. All right, number 5. Super Metroid. I did just cross it off for our top 10, but I will say fine because we had it as a top 10 before we had to reduce it to 5. Mario World's going to be there. 3 was a Mario World. It's considered better. Yeah, they did give us Mario World 2 up in like the 80s or something, but I would agree it should be here. Problem is then what's getting taken out? Oh, man. Bulletstorm? I don't know, Shad, for that one. Metroid being at 5, I don't hate. I kind of go back to that fits more, that makes more sense for Impact because it led to a genre and a franchise. I mean, there was Metroid on NES, but Super Metroid kind of put Metroid on the map. But I kind of feel like for Impact, this is a bigger inclusion as a top 10 choice than best games playing today, per se. Like I mentioned earlier, Hollow Knight is like the current peak version of Metroidvania. So I don't know. Yeah, I would agree too. Like Mario 64 and Super Metroid being this high feel like they are a little bit more of an Impact thing. But originally, I thought it was a top 10, so guess it's fine. All right, what's next? Link to the Past. You were right, Gilly. Wow. Okay. I mean, originally in the top 100, I had this listed, but I thought like maybe top 20. And I still think we're getting Breath of the Wild or Tears. I guess they could flip it. It is kind of weird sometimes, though. I feel like if they really like Breath of the Wild, wouldn't Tears also be in the top 100? You would think, but I don't know. Link to the Past, I mean, probably the best SNES game by most people's opinion. So, but kind of surprising we go back-to-back SNES games. Interesting. I mean, they do hold up, I will say. This was definitely like, obviously there's the original one on NES, but I feel like Link to the Past, also kind of like Super Metroid, really blew up this franchise. Top 3 now. I'm kind of changing my answers now. I don't know if Portal's happening anymore. How do you not have Elden Ring on a top? Because I'm thinking Super Mario World, Breath of the Wild, Baldur's Gate. Ooh, maybe they won't do Super Mario World. Maybe it'll be Elden Ring, Breath of the Wild, Baldur's Gate. You played both. Ocarina sucked me in. I would agree. Yeah, Ocarina was my definite favorite Zelda game. The Impact comments BS. Breath will be there. Ocarina won't. Yeah, we had Ocarina up at 34, which is interesting. Silent. Yeah, I don't think anything Silent Hill. These are going to be like staple. Number 3. Let's see what we got. Portal 2. Okay. I mean, I do have it on my updated 3 over here. But does that mean Elden Ring and Mario World are left out? Maybe. I think it makes sense. I definitely need to play Portal 1 and 2, potentially on the channel too at some point. But what are you kicking out then? You're telling me Elden Ring's not a top 100 game? Because it's got to be Baldur's Gate and Breath of the Wild, right? Those are the 2 that come to mind. Let's see. Super Mario World. Okay. Interesting. No Baldur's Gate on this list? Because this was mid 24 and Baldur's Gate was Game of the Year in 23. Interesting. I like these being in the top 10, but the ordering is a bit strange. FIFA's one. I mean, we did see a picture of FIFA earlier. That would be... I think it's got to be Breath of the Wild. I agree with... I think Gilly said that earlier. At this point, having not seen it yet, it's got to be Breath of the Wild. Yeah. IGN's Game of the Year 2017 and the Game Awards Game of the Year. Super Mario World, I will say, I like that being here. They kind of took Super Mario 3, made some enhancements, made this kind of larger map setup, gave us Yoshi, which was kind of cool. Being at 2, top 10 makes sense. 2 is a bit much. And I already talked about Breath of the Wild is not a game I love, but I recognize its place, so I figured it'd be top 10. I knew top 10. I thought 1 or 2, but I held out hope. No Baldur's Gate. Wow. So this list didn't have Baldur's Gate, didn't have Elden Ring, didn't have Odyssey. I deleted like everything else that we had a long time ago. Actually, can I just undo all that? Let me see if... Let me do that. I'll try to get to our original massive list of games. Oh, I can't go that far back. Well, at least on this reduced list. No Resident Evil 1 or 3. No Ragnarok. No Contra. No Sonic at all. No Rocket League. No Halo 3. No Vice City. No Baldur's Gate 3. No Uncharted 4. No Spider-Man at all. No Elden Ring. No Cyberpunk. No Metal Gear 2. So I guess I was off on that one. No Tears of the Kingdom. No Galaxy 1 or 2. No Odyssey. No Castlevania 3, no Mega Man 2. Wow. Well, I mean, there's a lot of staples on this list. Like, let's judge the top 10. Disco shouldn't be here. It's a debatably top 20. It's not a top 10 game. Half-Life 2. I kind of feel like Half-Life 2 is like a 13. I know that's like a weird delineation, but I also feel like it's kind of like a top 15, not a top 10. Red Dead, I can believe. Back half of top 10, sure. Mario 64, by their criteria, should not be here. Mass Effect 2 shouldn't be here by anybody's criteria. Metroid, okay. I'm thinking more of like an 8 or 9, but sure, top 5. Link to the Past. This is one that I also think should be like top 20, not top 10 to me. Portal 2. This feels like a number 10, maybe. Super Mario World, I could see top 10 too, though. And Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. I can understand this being top 1, even though it's not my kind of game. I know a lot of people love it, so. Of this list, this being a 1 is okay, and top 10. Top 10's okay, but not at 2. Top 10's okay, but not at 3. Not top 10. Top 10, but not top 5. Not top 10, not top 10. That's probably about right. Maybe a little bit lower and a little lower. So honestly, while there's a lot I agree with this list, and there's a lot that I think works directionally, the top 10 aren't the top 10 I would have thought, and not me personally, but me thinking from the game industry as a whole. Because I think this is a top 10 game, but it's not my top 10 at all. Honestly, none of these 10... Well, that's not true. Red Dead Redemption 2 wasn't my top 10. That's the only one that I've listed in my top 10 that I've done on the channel before. That is in their top 10. So, trying to be objective and not just thinking about what I like. I think they got the top 10 about half right. And they left off the top 100 a ton of crazy good ones. So while there probably was a decent amount of positive inclusions on the list, the amount of negatives plus the amount of absentees Let me know what you guys think. Actually, let's do a poll for the folks, and I can kind of rattle through them real quick before you vote if you want. Actually, let's show them. We'll fly through it. So we have Breath of the Wild, Mario World, Portal 2, Link to the Past, Metroid, Super Metroid, Mass Effect 2, Mario 64, Red Dead 2, Half-Life 2, Disco Elysium, Mario 3, GTA 5. I thought this would be a top 10. Hades, Symphony of the Night. They did kind of like debate us with this FIFA picture. Halo 2. I was glad they had Halo 2, but not having 3 was surprising. Witcher 3, Last of Us, BioShock, Bloodborne. Kind of their 10 to 20. They really hit pretty hard, honestly. Undertale, like, honestly, their 10 to 20 is better than their 1 through 10. I will say. Mario Bros, which is another one that like Impact, if you're not counting that, do you really have it here? Street Fighter 2, Portal, Chrono Trigger, God of War. I thought Chrono Trigger would have been top 10. Especially if you had Link to the Past. Half-Life Alyx, Metal Gear 3, Tetris, and Doom. 93 Doom, so no 2016 or Eternal. Final Fantasy 14, which was that the highest Final Fantasy? That feels like that's a choice. Half-Life, Halo CE, Minecraft should have been a top 10 in my opinion. And not that I put it there, but if I'm trying to be as third party as possible. Ocarina, Civ 4, interesting choice with that one. Metal Gear, the OG, Red Dead, the OG, well, not Revolver, but Redemption. Last of Us 2, Shadow of the Colossus, probably should have been higher. RE4, Skyrim. I thought this was top 10 also. Metroid Prime, Pokemon Yellow, Final Fantasy VI, New Vegas, KOTOR, World of Warcraft. This was like the PC section. StarCraft, Diablo 2, Earthbound, Left 4 Dead 2, Counter-Strike 1.6, Miss Pac-Man, Hollow Knight. This is literally one they included. I mean, I think Pac-Man is fine on top 100, but it's like, we played this a lot in IGN Studios, so that's why we put it on this list. Hollow Knight, Apex, Overwatch, Uncharted 2, no Uncharted 4, odd choice there. Journey, The Witness, Dishonored 2, Arkham City, Rise, Modern Warfare, Control, XCOM 2, San Andreas, no Vice City, Silent Hill 2, Mario World 2, Splinter Cell, Sims 3, Donkey Kong Arcade, no Donkey Kong Country or Tropical Freeze, Mario Kart 8, Dota 2, Return to Obra Dinn, Spelunky 2, Smash Ultimate, GoldenEye, Fable 2, Fortnite. This should have been higher in my opinion. Dark Souls probably also should have been a little bit higher, but I guess if we're not doing Impact, fine. Persona 5 also should have been higher. Mortal Kombat, weird choice for 11. System Shock 2, RE2 Remake, Monster World, Tony Hawk 2, Titanfall 2, a ton of 2s on this list. Inside, SimCity 2000, Thief 2, Animal Crossing, New Horizons, Mega Man 3. No Mega Man 2. Mega Man 3 is the one they chose. League, Fallout 2. Also, no, they had New Vegas. No Fallout 4, though, but we had Fallout 2. Burnout 3, Monkey Island 2, LeChunk's Revenge. That started us off a weird path. Black Flag, Final Fantasy 7. I had this in my top 10 expectations, so kind of wild. Original Sin 2 and Borderlands 2. So, now that I'm out of breath, let's see what you guys think. Let's start a poll. IGN top 100 list. Live or die. Okay. Let's start the poll. Can I do an emoji? I don't think I can. See what you guys think. I will share my thoughts at the end, but let's catch up on chat a little bit. Yeah, no Sonic was wild. Like anywhere on the list. I threw my phone because I can't afford it. Fair. What else? Have I played new? I haven't played Silent Hill 2 Remake. Maybe at some point I will. Yeah, I agree. I got bored with Breath of the Wild, but I expected it to be top 10. I expected top 5 for sure. Red Dead's top 4. I could see it. Mass Effect 2 being 6 is okay. I expected Mass Effect 1 or 2 to be on the list, but that high was a bit surprising. What about Red Dead 2? I liked Red Dead 2. It's the only one in the top 10 that's in my top 10. Red Dead 3, not happening yet. I imagine maybe at some point, but they're focused on GTA 6 right now. Yeah, it's fair. It is also weird. As I said, I don't think you can justify having Breath of the Wild at number 1, but then not having Tears of the Kingdom on your top 100. And I get sometimes you don't want to just go like heavy in one franchise too much, but I mean, you gave us 2 Super Mario Worlds. You gave us 3 Half-Life games. How do you like Breath that much, but you don't like Tears in your top 100? Not sure. Top 6 would have been Sonic Unleashed, Mario 64, Fallout New Vegas, Mass Effect 2, Red Dead 2, Witcher 3. All fun games. They used AI. Yeah, they're working on Witcher 4. It's going to be a few years from now, though. Gonna cry about Sockjaw or cry for a couple days. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you had a good time at least. New Witcher game? Yeah, you're playing as Ciri as the main character. They do that. They've done a lot lately. I feel like I've talked about on the channel where Hades 2 gave us like the female protagonist version. Hollow Knight did that. To your point, Witcher's doing that, which Ciri was cool in Witcher 3, so I'm down for seeing what she can do for sure. Didn't Ghost technically do that too? With Yote? Yeah, I was surprised. As I said, I'm not a big Final Fantasy fan, but as much hype as people talk about 7, that and Chrono Trigger not being in top 10 surprised me. Yeah, I agree with Mario 64. They are very clunky when you try to play them with like the camera. You're trying to like rotate on that N64 controller, which was kind of a nightmare. Like Impact, I get behind, but there wasn't any Galaxy at all. People love both 1 and 2. No Odyssey, unless we're doing once again. 64 is the 3D Mario, but I don't know. Final Fantasy making more. Yeah, they're continuing. Final Fantasy is like never ending. Too similar to Breath. Yeah, that feels like they try to do that where they're like, well, we can't have too much of one thing, but it's like, if it's your favorite, you can have Tears at like 15th then. Where was Mario Party? I'm not surprised it's not on the list. That would be one for Impact probably. What's your guys' favorite Mario Party? Mario Party 2 for me is the best. The map with the saloon, like the Wild West map on Mario Party 2 is my goat of Mario Party. I debated picking up the Lego Mario Party, like Lego Party, whatever they call it, since I heard it got mostly well received. Excited for what they're going to do with the Final Fantasy game, the Witcher games. Yeah, both franchises are in kind of good directions, I'd say. I think they're always making more Assassin's Creed games, but they're not my cup of tea. All right, let's close the poll. Oh, actually, are we at 50-50? We'll give it another minute to see if it changes, but it looks like we're at 50-50 right now. I mean, I could be the tiebreaker, I guess. All right, let's another like 30 seconds. We'll let it run. It is still tied though. I will wield the power here. I don't know which one, but I had so much fun with friends trying with joystick. Yeah, you honestly, I think they eventually gave you like some grip pads because like Mario Party 2, some of the mini games where you had to like rotate the joystick, like your palm would be dead afterwards. Or you're like spamming A and B over and over again. Like it got, your hand was hurting after playing Mario Party if you were really trying to win some of those mini games. But they was fun. The only thing I don't love about Mario Party a lot of times is it kind of is like the blue turtle shell in Mario Kart, where it's like if you're in first, you're being hunted by everybody. Probably appropriately so. I feel like the friends I played with, though, even like from the jump, they would be like, all right, let's take him out. He's going to wind up winning. Let's attack him now. Yeah, the fishing with the joystick, you had to like rotate it. That was, and like let it go and it would throw. Yeah, Assassin's Creed is kind of rinse and repeat sometimes. They've kind of gone a little bit open world. I feel like they tried to make Assassin's Creed like The Witcher with like Odyssey and stuff, but yeah. True. Mario Party. In the same way though, I kind of feel like Smash is the same way. Like I don't have a whole lot of fun playing Smash solo. You kind of need a group of people to play with to have a good time. Yeah, I would agree that it's kind of group reliant. Speaking of that, I'm surprised we didn't get something like Overcooked. I didn't think about that when we made our predictions at the top, but Overcooked feels like it should have been on here. Probably ahead of something like Return of the Obra Dinn. All right, let's end the poll. End poll. Okay, 2/3 say die. I don't fully disagree with that. I will be the decider here. So as I mentioned at the top, which I think it did not go full screen like I wanted it to, but we will decide whether this list lives or dies.
Live or die. Make your choice.
So with that in mind, keeping in mind all the stuff we learned from this, I think the decision here is going to be thumbs down. I was disappointed by the list. I think there is some good, some bad. Like you could argue if I was giving like a grade, maybe like a C+, but I think some of the big outliers really stand out. Like, how is Elden Ring not a top 100 game? I don't understand that. Like, I get with like Tears of the Kingdom, if you want to say, hey, we had Breath of the Wild, but what's the excuse for something like Elden Ring? I don't have any idea. People that like hate Souls games even like that. So yeah, the top 10 really plummeted things. There was some chance at that point, but you definitely put more of a stake once you get to that top 10. All right, sounds good, Matthew. Thanks for chilling. Appreciate you chatting for most of the stream and giving your thoughts on the games you liked or didn't like or thought should be on this list. So we'll probably wrap up there too. So what do you guys think? Do you think you had a good time with this idea? I'll probably look to do it more in the future. Maybe some movie stuff as well. Maybe not just games. But the idea of like finding a list from whether it's IGN or like some other big company that has like some website where they're ranking stuff and just kind of evaluating, deciding good or bad. So just something different to do on the channel other than some gaming stuff and tier list and other stuff we've done in the past. So, but yeah, I would agree. The top 10, even for games like I talked about earlier, they're not my things, but if you had something like Minecraft or Fortnite in the top 10, I would understand because those are like generational for people. Not even like Baldur's Gate 3. I kept like hammering that one. I think when Gilly was here, I was like, no, that'll be number 1. Breath of the Wild probably 2. But no Baldur's Gate 3 at all. Kind of wild. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it, Menace. Thanks for sharing your thoughts and kind of having a good time with it. I wouldn't agree with it's 100% what I expect. Yeah, it could have been a little bit worse when it comes to the list, but given the variety of options, I in general, if I have to pick good or bad, I would say let down by what they went with. So all right, well, cool. We'll probably wrap up stream there. Appreciate you guys coming in and hanging out. I did put out a couple shorts recently. One on top 5 Adam Sandler movies. A bit random, I guess, but oh, how's it going, Cope? No problem. I think I saw you were streaming earlier too, so all good. But yeah, I put out the short with top 5 Sandler films, so curious people's thoughts there. I did put out another one on Primal. I know it's a little bit niche because it's an animated show that a lot of people probably aren't watching, but it's one I've enjoyed, so I'll keep an eye on that show as it progresses in season 3. And yeah, we'll probably do some more lives this week and just kind of hang out and probably more shorts as well. Happy Gilmore? I will say you will be pleasantly surprised with my list potentially. Maybe. Maybe it's on there. Maybe it's not. Maybe Happy Gilmore 2 will be on there. It's not on there. I'll spoil that. It's not on there. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. Had a good time doing this. As I said, I'll probably do another list related thing in the future. And yeah, catch you guys next time. I'm gonna kill the music first, but hope you guys have a great rest of the evening and great rest of your week. Take care.